Friends, welcome. I'm Joe Fortune and I'm the Co-operative Party's General Secretary. Thank you for making some time today to join us at our virtual local government conference, Local Leadership, Local Action. This year's local government conference will highlight how cooperation can work best at a local level. We know that Labour and cooperative councillors are leading the way across the UK with innovative ideas, campaigns and solutions. In these times of real hardship and challenge across the country, we need to ensure that as many Co-operative Party councillors are elected in elections in 2021. This is to ensure that we can continue to grow our ability to make a real difference to our communities. We're up for the challenge. Our local government work is utterly critical to both the party and the movement. Today's programme will explore many of the ideas and action which I hope you will find useful and inspiring. Before you're officially welcomed to conference by Oxford City Council leader Councillor Susan Brown, I'm here to give you a few quick items of housekeeping. Firstly, you can check the conference hub on www.party.coop/local2020 for all the whole programme and all the information you're going to need today. If you're pre-registered for conference, you'll have received this email this morning, so do check your inboxes. Later today, we'll have 3 interactive member-only workshops which will be held on Zoom, unlike the rest of the sessions which will be live streamed through our website. If you're a member and you haven't yet signed up for the workshop and you still wish to do so, please email events@party.coop. For updates about the conference today, make sure you're joining us in the Hive WhatsApp group or follow us on social media, follow and contribute on #CoopLocal20. And most importantly, how to ask questions. The majority of our event will be have Q&A involved. Submitting your questions to the speaker or panelists is easy. If you're watching me right now on our conference website, just look either to the right of the video stream, if you're watching on the desktop computer, or if you're watching on your mobile, look below. You'll see a box titled Local Government Q&A. If you can see that, type in your question, add your name and press send. If you want to familiarise yourself with it now, ping us a practice question. Of course, please keep the questions polite, relevant and respectful. We have a strict code of conduct and all questions will be moderated. Lastly, our stream is live captioned for the deaf and hard of hearing. If you want to enable captioning, there is an icon at the bottom of this video player. If you have any issues, make sure you email events@party.coop to access it. And thanks, that's it for me. Enjoy the conference.
In Oxford. I'm very much hoping that next year I can welcome you in person to our wonderful city, but in the meantime, please accept my virtual welcome. I know that today you've a full day of debate and discussion ahead of you about local government, and you've got a great array of speakers from Labour's front bench, including our fantastic local Oxford East MP, the Shadow Chancellor Anneliese Dodds, and many leading councillors from around the country. We are meeting at an exceptionally difficult time for our country. The whole country, and indeed the whole world, has felt the health, economic and social effects of the pandemic. For councils, it has brought out the best from our staff and our local communities, coming together to support the vulnerable and to keep vital services going. Oxford's response to the COVID-19 outbreak has been marked by its support for the local community, local economy, and its continued contribution to environmental sustainability, even at a time of crisis. Through lockdown, businesses across the city have been helping their communities, and 2 local cooperatives have demonstrated how their social values could support people through the crisis. As the lockdown has seen a boom in cycling, Broken Spoke Bike Cooperative have launched a repair service and are selling refurbished second-hand bikes. The co-op's been an active partner as well in the Bikes for Key Workers scheme in collaboration with Active Oxfordshire and Cyclox. This has involved collecting bike donations from members of the public, which are then renovated from home by volunteers before being assessed and safety checked by mechanics. The refurbished bikes are distributed free to key workers across the city of Oxford. This has helped to break down barriers to active, sustainable travel, and the 400th bike for a key worker was delivered this week. Another great co-op, Flows in the Park, a community-owned hub with a cafe and shop, has also responded quickly and adapted to the changing needs presented by the COVID-19 outbreak. Meeting rooms in their centre have served community midwives, helping alleviate pressure from GP and hospital premises and reducing the need for transport. Flow's refill shop has been expanded to provide a greater number of plastic-free products to the local community, and the cafe has run a takeaway service and provides around 200 free cooked meals per week to at-risk groups in collaboration with partners from across Oxford. In spite of heavy losses in income, Flows has also provided nursery childcare to key worker children throughout the crisis. Oxford City Council has provided financial support to Flows along with Oxfordshire Community Foundation to help sustain their vital community services. Councils, in common with so many organisations and businesses across the country, are facing major financial difficulties as demand for our services has increased because of the COVID-19 crisis, while income sources have diminished. We've been proud, Oxford City Council, to be a member of the Co-operative Council's Innovation Network this year. We, like the other members, are committed to improving methods of working with and for local people for the benefit of our local communities. Oxford City Council is committed to supporting co-ops as part of Oxford's economy, and we hope to share ideas and best practice with other councils in the network about how we tackle the challenges facing us all. At Oxford City Council, we appointed a cooperative champion nearly 2 years ago. We've been fortunate in Councillor Richard Howlett to have a champion with nearly 10 years of experience of working in and for co-ops in the city. In Oxford today, we have residents who've come together to create democratic organisations to sell local food, offer childcare, provide housing, design homes, fix bicycles, and more. Richard's role as our co-op champion has been to celebrate, support, and seek to expand this section of our local economy. We are very focused on fostering an inclusive economy in our city, including creating the Oxford Living Wage, and indeed, more widely, arguing for the principles in the work we do with partners across Oxfordshire and beyond through the Oxford-Cambridge arc. Co-ops and cooperation, as well as social enterprises, are a key part of that. I know that today you'll want to focus on how the co-op vision can be part of our local election campaigns. I always think that local elections are important, but this year we have a huge set of local elections across the country. Over 4,000 council seats in multiple local authorities, the London Assembly, Welsh Assembly and Scottish Parliament, not forgetting the police and crime commissioners and metro mayors. I wish you all a very enjoyable day and I hope to see you in Oxford next year. I'll now hand back to Councillor Antoinette Bramble, your chair today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and an additional welcome to conference. I'm Councillor Antoinette Bramble. I am the Deputy Leader of the Local Government Association. I'm also a cooperative councillor and Deputy Mayor of the London Borough of Hackney. I have the pleasure of welcoming our Shadow Cabinet Member for Local Government, Steve Reed. I have the pleasure of being in many virtual rooms with Steve, and in all of those virtual rooms, he has a strong voice for local government and is always championing for us. And I'm sure you will all look forward to hearing from him today. Steve, welcome to conference.
Thank you very much, Antoinette. And I'm looking forward to the time when we can be in real rooms together again, hopefully with the hopeful news about a vaccine coming at some point not too far away. That's going to be a possibility for all of us. But it's a huge pleasure for me to join you at the Co-op Local Government Conference today. You know, I've got a really strong background in local government myself. I do very strongly believe that local government, the front line of Labour politics, is where the real insight and the real innovation comes from. And you know, one of the things that's been really refreshing about Keir Starmer's leadership of our party is that he believes in local government too. And I believe that we currently have the strongest relationship between Labour in Parliament and Labour in local government that we've ever seen. So every single one of us who's in the shadow cabinet has a counterpart and a sounding board of local government leaders who we meet with regularly to talk about the issues and policy development in our areas. That's never happened before. And Nick Forbes, who is the outstanding leader of Newcastle City Council and Labour's leader in local government, sits with us in shadow cabinet every single week. So that relationship, I believe, that is the right thing to do, but it's also vital to making sure that those of us in Parliament keep directly in touch with what's happening in the front line. And I know from my own journey from town hall into Westminster, it can feel a bit more remote. So it really helps to keep us grounded. So I'm delighted and excited this new relationship's developing. Now I wanted to talk a little bit about the pandemic before I get on to talk about the local elections and the cooperative alternative that we can offer there, because this really has been the most extraordinary period probably in all of our lives, a situation without precedent. And in all the great difficulties we've experienced, all the sacrifice that communities and families have made up and down this country, there has been a bright spot that people want to keep hold of through all of this, and that is the renewed sense of community. If you look at the polling, people really appreciate this sense of being part of a strong community again. They don't want to lose it as we build out of this pandemic. Surely is what is at the heart of our cooperative values and the an outstanding job so many of our councillors have done during the pandemic in bringing communities together, and how wonderful it has been to see as well the mutual aid groups growing and thriving in neighbourhoods up and down the country, neighbours just coming together to support each other, to look out for each other, to make sure nobody was going without the human contact or friendly voice that they needed of cooperative communities real time. And we were here to be part of it and to witness it. And that, I believe, is what we must hold on to as we move out of this. Now, what has been really sad to see has been our government's response to this whole situation, because at a time where we needed to open up more and more to communities and service providers on the front line, our government chose to do the opposite. They chose to centralise as much as possible in their own hands in Whitehall. And of course, if you do that, if you over-centralise, then you can't respond to the real situations on the ground up and down the country. And I think that's where the government went wrong, and that's why the government went so slow in so many areas. They got it wrong on PPE distribution because they weren't listening to the front line, particularly care workers and the care homes, where they allowed the virus to spread out of control early on. They got it wrong on shielding because they weren't listening to local councils and councillors on the front line who told them who the people were that really needed support. So far too many people got missed out of that support in the first lockdown, and they got it catastrophically wrong on track and trace. Boris Johnson, if you remember, told us that when he reopened the economy and society back on the 1st of June, we'd have a world-beating track and trace system to keep everybody safe. You know, we were heading towards the end of November now. We still don't have a functioning track and trace system. And yet Boris Johnson and his friends have spent £12 billion on a centralised system run by private contractors in Serco that is incapable of tracking and tracing. And where's it working better than that? It's working better in areas like Cumbria or Cumbernauld, where you've got the public health officers on the front line, people who know their communities, getting out and reaching out to their communities. They're reaching something like over 90% of people who need to be contacted, compared to the abysmally low levels that are being delivered by the government-sponsored centralised system. All of this says to me, we need to let go of control from the centre and listen to the front line, because it's the front line in communities where we really see what's going on, and we can really get in there and make a big difference, to people. I wanted to just touch on council funding as well. I know we've got some of our outstanding council leaders speaking later. I can see Danny Thorpe on the line right now. But the government, right at the start of the pandemic, made an absolute commitment to local government and to communities that they would fund whatever's necessary to get communities through this crisis, left local government collectively still facing a £3 billion funding gap, which means that councils right now are being forced to make in-year cuts, in-year job losses, even as we're in the second spike, and even as the economy is staring over the edge of what looks like one of the deepest recessions possibly for centuries. This is not the time to throw people out of their jobs and to withdraw support from communities that need it. This is a time to invest in our communities and get them through this crisis, so that when the crisis ends, we're in a position to build back better, strong foundations of communities, which is what I think this government is doing. Now, that leads us perhaps onto what's going to happen next year with the local elections. This is not just an important set of local elections coming up next May. This is the biggest set of local elections we've seen in a generation. It's the first time outside a general election that pretty much everybody in the country, in England anyway, and Scotland and Wales, will have a vote in a set of elections at the same time that isn't a general election. The elections too will be seen as the first referendum on Labour's recovery from our election defeat last December. And we mustn't forget that that election defeat was catastrophic. It was our worst result in parliamentary terms for 85 years. We've fallen a very long way behind, but these local elections give us a chance to show that we are building back and regaining the trust that we lost up and down the country. Now, I know that our cooperative councillors and our cooperative councils will be strong and better cooperative vision that touches right back to what I was talking about before, this renewed sense of community that is inspiring so many people up and down our country. That cooperative vision must be what we offer to give people renewed hope that we can offer a different politics, not just in the cooperative party, but actually, I think, in the Labour Party, as well, because trust in our politics is broken and too many whole regions are being held back from realising their full potential and making their full contribution to the rest of us as a country and as a society. And we see what happens when our politics fails, not just in this country, but actually in advanced democracies around the world. It ends up with demagogues like Trump or even here, our mini version of the Trump Tribute Act that is Boris Johnson getting elected. We have to be better than this. We have to offer people hope, not just in going back to what we were offering before as the Labour Party, but building back better, offering something new and something different. And I genuinely and profoundly believe the Cooperative Party and the cooperative movement has insights to offer that will be key to that. So we've got the Cooperative Council's Innovation Network. I mean, it's doing so extraordinarily well. I was told just last night we now have 79 councils and Labour groups in membership, which makes that the single biggest movement in Labour local government. I was very proud to be one of the founders of the Co-op Councils Network originally, back with Nick Forbes and Jim McMahon. But to see it thriving in this way is quite remarkable. Just this year, we were really proud to welcome into membership Wigan, that have long been an extraordinarily innovative council looking to empower frontline citizens on the front line, but also Birmingham, which is the biggest local authority in Europe, now also a member of the Co-op Councils Network. And what these councils are doing that makes them different is they are living the cooperative difference. They are finding ways to put power in the hands of people, whether that's in their communities, in their neighbourhoods, or over the public services that they use. And doing that, opening up power, letting go from the centre and allowing people to experience and use power, opens up innovation, the innovation and creativity that is innate in all of our communities. We're kind of unleashing the potential of our whole community so that everybody benefits from it. The approach is based very much on models of co-production, so sharing decision-making with people, but it gives us examples like more cooperative housing, where people get a much bigger say over both the ownership and the way that their housing is managed. Community-owned transport, youth trusts that give young people a bigger say over the services that they receive, care cooperatives, where older and disabled people get a real voice over the services and support that they receive in their lives. So they get back that sense of control rather than just being allocated to things as if their views don't matter anymore. Community wealth building is such an exciting agenda that many co-op councils are now embracing. We just heard about Oxford's agenda on inclusive growth, also incredibly important, not just in local government, but nationally as Labour rebuilds. Community energy generation, Plymouth seem to be the real trailblazers on this, with dozens of community-owned solar energy generating organisations that are not just generating power sustainably and creating jobs, but they generate a surplus, which is then distributed to community organisations to spend. All the more important at a time of what feels like endless austerity from this Conservative government. So a real difference that our cooperative councils are making. And yet contrast that with what the Conservatives are offering. On planning, they're seeking to take power and voice away from communities, replacing elected elected panels of councillors sitting on planning committees with development boards appointed by Whitehall that will take decisions about developments in neighbourhoods up and down the country, with local communities gagged from having a say over what happens. And look, we've got the comprehensive spending review coming up this Wednesday. I'm sure Anneliese will be talking more about this later on. But the LGA has done some work on what that's going to look like, and they are anticipating £11 billion worth of cuts being imposed next year on local government, and that's on a base of just 50 million across the whole of the sector in England. That is a massive percentage to be losing, and it will lead to yet more cuts. It will make even worse the social care crisis, the housing crisis, the crisis in support for vulnerable children and young people. There is no way with cuts that big that all of our libraries and leisure centres will survive. And the blame for that must be placed squarely on Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak, who are imposing cuts like this at a time when we're slipping into recession. So there's never been a more important moment for us to offer a hopeful, optimistic, cooperative alternative. And I think that has to be built on tackling the inequality of power that leaves too many people out of decision making. If we tackle the inequality of power, that gives us a way to tackle the more visible inequalities of health, wealth, education, and opportunity that scar so many parts of our country. It requires a new settlement between citizens and the state that puts control clearly in the hands of citizens in the communities where they live and over the public services that they use. And really, I cannot emphasize more how important I think it is that everyone in the co-op movement now redoubles their efforts to show people just how transformative opening up power can be. What the pandemic showed us with the mutual aid groups is that we already have a cooperative country. Now it's time for government, whether that's local government or national government, to better. This is our cooperative movement, and I hope we as a movement will seize it. Once again in history, I think we will find that it's us as cooperators and in the cooperative movement who are once again the pioneers.
Thank you, Steve, and that's a really good note to end on. I've got some questions that have come through. I'll pose them to you in sets of threes. So our first question is from Ian, who says, I think there's a lot that Labour nationally can learn from local government. What mechanisms are in place to feed back and learn those lessons? And you might want to touch on the work that you and I are leading on. The other question is, our mutual aid groups are very fractious. I know in some areas that they work well and some that don't. Have you got any advice of how to make them work more productively? And the third question is, what policies have the party regarding consumer cooperative movements with millions of members in thousands of locations and communities? What policies are needed?
Thanks very much, Antoinette. So, I agree with Ian. I genuinely believe innovation comes from the front line, and that means local government in many cases. So the structure that I was talking about earlier on, where we now have sounding boards of leaders, local government leaders around every single member of the shadow cabinet, didn't exist before. And the point of that is, every time we are, as frontbenchers in Parliament, working out our policy positions on current issues or as we want to see policy developing, we all connect with local government in a way that we didn't. And the idea is that those leaders, quite broad sounding boards of 15 or 20 leaders around each frontbencher, connect through their networks in local government and their experience in local government, and councillors can feed their ideas through that way. And another route, of course, is conferences like this. You've got an awful lot of frontbenchers coming along today, and you know, it's one of the problems with doing conferences via Zoom is you're not getting those little conversations with people, and I kind of miss that, because you know the way it's working here is people are asking me questions and I'm telling you what I think, but I am not the fount of all wisdom. I think we collectively know much more than I know, and I wish there was more opportunities to share ideas rather than just grill those of us on the front line, because I think if we're going to get this right, it's got to be done collectively, cooperatively. Dare I say it? I go around the country when I'm allowed, when we're not in lockdown, and I'm always astonished by the range of innovation and creativity from the front line. And it's important that we all tap into that. We've got the National Policy Forum process as well, which is allowing the party membership, and that includes local governments to feed into policy development. But I know there's more that we can do on that. The second question, Antoinette, was about mutual aid groups. Now, I know the picture is mixed across the country, and of course, some of them can be fractious because communities are fractious. They're not always neat and tidy, are they? They're quite dynamic and they move around, and you get differences of view within them. That's inevitable. But I think you can find areas where it's working better than others, and we really need to look into why is that happening. And from my perspective, I'd be interested if people have different views. It works better where the council has set up structures that really allow the mutual aid groups to participate fully in what's going on. So in my borough, the local voluntary action council is coordinating on behalf of the local authority and engaging with the mutual aid groups on the front line, and then they're all feeding straight back in through the voluntary action council. As a model, that seems to work very well. Between people who have slightly different views, but on the whole, I think what we're seeing happen is it's created a community-led front end, keeping people spinning through that. So difficulties in people in decision making and providing help real time to their neighbours, because doing that strengthens relationships across communities. And the third question was on how do we promote more consumer cooperatives? Well, we're opening up right now a process for building towards Labour's manifesto for the general election whenever it comes in 2024. It's still only 2020. We've got a long way to go. There will be a very open process that will involve the entire party, including, I hope, the cooperative movement. And I think everyone has to submit their own ideas and share their ideas about how we need this to develop. For me, the old top-down politics is completely dead now. Labour cannot offer a return back to what Labour was doing in the past. I think times have shifted. People want and demand a bigger say over the decisions that affect their own lives. They're not prepared to devolve decision-making to politicians all the time. We need a different model that allows people to participate on their own terms and in ways that make sense to them. And that is the great journey of discovery that our cooperative councils are going on. The ideas won't come from the likes of me in Westminster. They will come from the likes of all of you out there, and particularly from the communities that you're working with.
Thank you. I've got 4 more questions for you, Steve. So I'm going to ask you to touch on, if you could touch on 4 of them briefly for me. So it's a comment from Ben that says small and medium councils rely on building rents, and without people renting them, that is killing local authorities not using the town halls. What can we say around that? Jeff says, we believe strongly in the strength of local government, but that builds in the strength, but how do we convince non-believers? People still don't really get sometimes what local authorities do in their strength. We've got a question from Mike around Wave 1 public trust was around 73, but now it's down to 30 in Wave 2 and falling. The next steps, what do we think we need to do to make people have more confidence in us? But I don't know if that's confidence in central government or the Labour Party, because I think that's 2 different questions. I think that's a hard push otherwise. And question 4 is from Ben. Without sorting out fair rent, that's going to be a continual problem. We seem to have many young people leaving the UK for a better life because of lack of hope in the UK. How can we fix it? So big questions there, but I know in the 3 minutes we have left, I know you're going to touch on each of them for me.
Well, you're not going to get a full answer in 3 minutes, but I'll touch on them as you say, Antoinette. Small and medium councils are in big trouble, but it's not only small and medium councils, it's all councils. I was on a call just a couple of days ago with a group of local leaders. I've never seen such a financial crisis brewing in local government. You know, we're seeing more and more councils on the brink of bankruptcy now. Many councils are telling me they cannot set balanced budgets next year without dipping into their reserves. An £11 billion funding gap they're looking at on a base of 50 billion. That's one fifth of councils' entire budgets they will not have next year. And yet we are still in this unprecedented health pandemic, and we are still looking into the abyss of one of the worst recessions in our lifetime, certainly, but potentially for several centuries. This is no time to be cutting support. We need to be campaigning as we move into the 2021 local elections to make sure everybody understands that the cuts that they are seeing come from Whitehall, come from Downing Street, and come from the broken promises this government made when they said they would fund our councils to get communities through this crisis. They lied. They didn't do it, and they've left councils now to try and pick up the pieces. And the very heroes on the front line that we applauded in the first pandemic will be losing their jobs, and that is not the reward the public expected them to see. How do we persuade non-believers to support local government? Well, actually, local government is the most trusted part of government. It has higher levels of trust with communities than national government does. But really, there's only one way to strengthen that support further, and that's to get out and engage with our communities in a campaign. Tell them what you're doing, and when we're making decisions in local government, engage and involve communities. We have to do things with people and not to people. If we do things to people because we think we know best, we will get it wrong inevitably. You have to take decisions with people as much as possible. They come on the journey with you. The decisions that we make as a result of that will be better, and people will better understand why we're making decisions, sometimes even harder ones, because we've involved them all the way through. I genuinely believe an adult relationship between local government and the people we serve is the way that you build trust, even when we're taking very, very tough decisions. It's confidence in central government, actually, that's been declining, and it's no surprise because this government in particular is just deeply, deeply incompetent. Incompetence runs through them like a stick of rock. It characterizes almost everything that they do. We've ended up with the highest rates of COVID infection in Europe and the deepest economic recession in the G7. That didn't just happen by chance. That happened because we have a failing and incompetent government. And I won't run through the very, very many examples and instances of how they've got this wrong. I know you all know that. And I know a lot of this is going to be coming out through the rest of the conference. And I'm glad the final question there, Antoinette, was about housing, because we still have a housing crisis. This winter, this pandemic, there are people sleeping out on the streets. What happened to everyone in? There are some people in the fourth wealthiest economy on earth, and we can't afford to house everybody. I just don't believe it. That's a choice, a political choice. We could do better. And I believe that the cooperative agenda offers us new and better ways to support people in housing. Renters' unions, I think, are a really exciting agenda to try and give people who are renting a collective voice. And think cooperative housing, there's a much bigger space for that than we've allowed so far. I think it's only 0.05% of UK housing that's cooperative. There's more. There you go, Antoinette.
Thank you very much, Steve. That was a very good touching point, and it's always a pleasure to have you, and thank you for your contributions and answering our questions. Thank you so much.
For having me. Always a pleasure.
Thank you for inviting me to your local government conference. Rochdale, where the pioneers founded the first ever modern cooperative, is just down the road from my constituency. I want to pay tribute to all of our cooperative and Labour councillors for everything that you have done this year on the front line in response to the coronavirus crisis. Our councillors are the very best of our movement. And the response to the coronavirus crisis has seen cooperative and socialist principles being put into action. A recognition of who our key workers are and who we really cannot survive without. Communities coming together to support each other through mutual aid and support for those who have been shielding or isolating. And local councils and businesses stepping in when the Tories have failed to feed our hungry children. Out of this crisis, we can see the possibility of a fairer, more equal society where power and wealth are shared amongst the workers and the people, not just the shareholders. That is why the May 2021 elections are so important. In Scotland, in Wales, and in councils all across England, these elections will determine how we recover from the coronavirus crisis. That is why we need people who represent our communities in all of their diversity to put themselves forward, stand for office and lead the way in rebuilding our communities. I would have never considered getting involved in politics until my workmates put me forward as their union rep. And now I want to mentor and support people who don't think that running for office is for them. My message to everyone who thinks that their face doesn't fit or thinks that they don't belong, your place is in your town hall and it's in Parliament too. We need our councillors and our politicians to reflect and represent the communities that we serve. That is why I've been leading campaigns to encourage activists and members from underrepresented groups to run for office. And that is why I'm working with our trade unions to support key workers who want to run for office. So I'm delighted that the Cooperative Party has launched its Cooperative Candidate Development Programme to give people the training and support that they need to stand. There is so much talent within our movement, and we will need all of that talent as we rebuild our communities and rebuild our country.
Good morning, everyone, if you're just joining us now, and my name is Councillor Antoinette Bramble, Deputy Leader of the Local Government Association, but I'm also a councillor and cooperative Deputy Mayor of the London Borough of Hackney with responsibility for education, social care and young people. Thank you for joining us today because this is such an important time for us in local government to come together, and we have a brilliant panel for you. Every council up and down the country has been responding to this pandemic and actually showing that the cooperative principles and values and Labour values have a different alternative to this government. They have been strengthening their communities, working within their communities and showing that partnership with our local communities truly makes a difference in these times. And even in the midst of the pandemic, we have seen such fantastic innovation and new ways of working in the midst of harsh Tory cuts that if you were with us earlier, you would have heard Steve speaking about. It's really important now more than ever we think about what that cooperative alternative is so that we can support our communities going forward. That's why platforms like this are so important, because it gives us an opportunity to talk about those and learn from one another. So with that being said, I'm going to tell you about the fantastic panel that we have got today that you will be hearing from. Because another thing that we've got to think about before I introduce them is all of the local elections that are coming up. We have 400 police crime commissioners, we've got the 118 local councillors, we've got the local mayors and the combined authority mayors. So there are lots of reasons why we now more than ever have to show why our cooperative principles and Labour values are so, so important. So on that note, let me talk about our brilliant panel. We've got Councillor People, who is the leader of opposition of Tamworth Council, and he's involved in the cooperative response to Tamworth. We've got Councillor Rosa Bolger and a colleague and friend who I've had the pleasure of working with, and she's doing lots of brilliant work, and she's also cooperative NEC member. And also my London colleague and friend, Councillor Danny Thorpe, who is the leader of Greenwich Council. And I won't say that I'm slightly jealous that he has the biggest cooperative Labour councillors network going, but we're going to hear from them. I'm going to ask the panel to speak for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we are going to have questions. And I know once you've heard them speak, if you haven't heard them speak, you're going to have lots of questions, but be prepared to get a lot from this session. Thank you. So Simon.
Thank you, Antoinette. That's lovely of you. Thank you for the introduction. Basically, if you said to me, well, what were you doing during the pandemic response? My answer would have been loading boxes, collecting boxes, because I'm part of a network of 7 local charities that came together to work on how we would support people during the pandemic. We had a self-isolation support group, is what it was called, and basically we tried to fill in all the gaps. Steve alluded earlier to the fact that central government didn't get it right. People were shielding who weren't shielding, who needed to shield, and there were other people who were receiving things that they didn't need because actually they were perfectly all right. And people couldn't access food. You know, Boris sort of went on TV and said, oh yeah, it's just shop from on the internet, and then nobody could because of course there wasn't enough capacity. And so we were filling in the gaps, getting people onto rotas. One of the things that the group did was to make sure that we had a link with our local Tamworth Co-op, and we could ring them, give them a code and get someone a slot who could afford to shop but couldn't get a slot when they were shielding. So we did lots of things like that. We brought in, integrated into that, the hygiene bank, which was vital because we were finding that there was quite a lot of issues around children who were off, children, young women who would have been provided with sanitary products at school were no longer able to access them. So that was something that was cropping up quite quickly. We found that that was an issue. So we already had a hygiene bank, but we added an extra sort of bunch of volunteers to that. And we worked together to bring all our different expertise up. One of the charities I work with is Heart Tamworth. We were able to provide the space. Other people were able to provide the other things that people needed, or that we could then provide volunteers. So the whole combination of things that went on was done as a group. And I know that there was a reference in one of the questions in Steve's section to whether people were fractious or not in these groups. There were times when it was a little bit tense. Some people complained that they got less publicity out of things than other groups did. But, you know, it's all working together. Anybody who's been in local government as long as you and I might have done, having been in the party since the mid-80s, it's very easy to find that people get tense, but you just work through it, and that's what we've done. And what's really good is that the group that we set up is still going. We're still working. We were ready when the second semi-lockdown, I don't think it's a lockdown when everybody's going to work, but we were able to then work through that, and we have done and supported different things. So as a result of that, we also had the people who were able to then stockpile some food and send that out during the first set of the school holidays to supplement the vouchers. So children identified by their local schools receive support for their families. And in fact, we did that at the last half term as well, on a slightly more limited scale because of time to get stuff in, but we were nonetheless able to do that. So our key message is that we as a cooperative group of local charities have made sure that things have worked, and we've carried it on. So we're now running a community shop. We're building on all of those things. And in terms of what does that mean for the elections going forward? Well, first of all, I wouldn't still be a councillor if I hadn't been so involved in my community. 2 years ago, I had a delayed election because one of my opponents died. So it was delayed till the last Friday in May, wet day just before bank holiday, 20% turnout, and I survived, gaining more votes than sadly a colleague did the following year on a 25% turnout. So, you know, being known to be involved in your community is actually what makes a difference. And I think when Steve talked earlier on about authenticity, that's what gives people authenticity. I knew people who were not on our polling list who said to me, well, of course you got my vote. I know what you do. So I think that's one thing. On a bigger level, I think it's challenged the way people think. I live in a constituency that was 66% for Brexit, and at the last general election, 65–66% voted Conservative. Yet, when the school meals issue came up the other week, we saw trolley loads of donations being given in local supermarkets by people who were not happy with what the government was saying. And if you want to understand the government's turnaround on that, look at the impact in seats they thought were totally secure and how far out of step they were. And I think that tells you something more. As regards the elections and going forward, what I would say to Steve is that since he has taken over, and I was personally a big fan of his predecessor, but since he's taken over, I've had more emails from more shadow cabinet teams than I've had in the previous 6 years as leader of the opposition. So they are really reaching out and listening to what we're saying are the things that are happening on the ground. So from my point of view, that's where we've gone. Hopefully that's about right, Antoinette.
Thank you so much, Simon. First of all, I just want to pass on my condolences for the loss of your colleague, but just thank you for all that you've said there. You've talked about the importance of being anchored within your community and the importance of that. And I think that gives you the right platform to be able to play shape. You spoke about so many initiatives and campaigns that you were doing, but I think the difference is you've not just told us about the campaigns that you've joined, but how you've delivered. It's really unfortunate that period poverty is still a real thing, but it's really good to hear how you led the campaign, but also delivered on how to address that, which is so important. So thank you so much. And now we will go on to our next speaker. Let's hear from Rosa.
Thank you, Antoinette, and good morning, conference. How great it is to be here among so many wonderful cooperators. I'd like to speak today about COVID recovery and the importance of our cooperative values, particularly in our more rural areas, where extreme wealth and extreme poverty often sit side by side and are also often cut off from the resources of our larger towns and cities. The coronavirus pandemic has only made the economic divide in our communities more glaringly obvious. It's punished those in lower paid and unsteady work, and those in insecure housing, and also those with care responsibilities. It's absolutely crucial that as we enter a recovery period, we look to rebuild our economy, both locally and nationally. We must resist further austerity cuts, and we must resist belt tightening. Instead, we must nurture a new bottom-up economy, focusing on building wealth within our communities, and we must maintain our newfound neighbourhood support networks by being kind and really helping each other. I was really pleased to hear Steve Reed touch on this morning as well. I've experienced the power of community, both as a local councillor, but also working with volunteers at the beginning of the pandemic to set up the Whitney Baby Bank. As the pandemic engulfed us, many families found themselves struggling to access the basics they need. So we set up with the Whitney Baby Bank to provide families with the essential baby items like nappies, formula, wipes, things like that, and also women with menstrual products, all free of charge. We've built a relationship with our local branch of the Home Start charity to make sure that we're supporting the families that really need us the most. And from the few families in our town that we set out to help, we've been able to grow our support to provide for a large number of families right across our district of West Oxfordshire. Earlier this week, we launched our Christmas gift appeal to ensure that no child in our community goes without this holiday season. We've asked our community to donate toys and gifts for children aged 0 to 16, and within just 72 hours, we've received an incredible quantity of donations from new toys, books, gift cards, bath products for teenagers, and even a brand new scooter. We've formed an army of volunteers ready to wrap and deliver presents. And as the donations continue to roll in, we find ourselves again in a position to give to more than just the families we currently support with the baby bank, and more than just the families that the local Home Start also support. Our intention now is that no child in West Oxfordshire goes without something under their tree this year. When we set up the baby bank, we thought it might be a temporary measure to help families through the initial lockdown. But it's very clear now that this issue is not going away anytime soon. Of course, we can continue to support families through the baby bank, and we really hope that this Christmas gift initiative will bring some much needed joy to our communities. But ultimately, there needs to be more support for struggling families. More than can be provided by communities and volunteers. Support has to come from central government, and where necessary, that support has to be devolved to local authorities. Since starting the service, it's startlingly obvious to us just how many families need this extra support. And it's been utterly heartwarming to see the number of volunteers that have come forward. They've offered their time and made generous donations. These people are the key to a successful rebuild, and they're the key to our success next May. They are our community cooperators. Let's bring them in and let's work with them to prove that the value of strong community is what's important. Whatever their current political alignment, they'll come to see that cooperation and social equality that's founded on a vibrant bottom-up economy is the politics that we should really all be aiming for. I truly believe that our cooperative values are the key to a successful COVID recovery, and that our local governments are best placed to nurture this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosa. There was so much there to take from, but I suppose the one thing that stuck with me is when you said that every child will have something under their tree. It's not just about the gift, but some of us are saying it's all about the gifts at Christmas, but it's the fact that everybody in that community, every child will feel special and know that they've been thought about. And that's really powerful in a time that families will want to do everything for their children, but feel disempowered and feel like they can't do much. So that will mean so much, not to the child that received it, but also for the families that couldn't do that for themselves as well. So thank you for that. And now we'll hand over to our last speaker, Danny.
Good morning, conference, and thank you, Antoinette. I'm just going to share my screen so I can share a presentation with you, which will describe how in Greenwich we have worked closely with our whole community and made sure that the Greenwich community were right-hand side of your screen. You'll see a load of boxes. That was 12 hours later. That was our town hall in Woolwich. And once we launched our campaign to ask for help across our community, people responded, whether it was individuals, head teachers opening up their schools at 9 o'clock at night to hand over gloves and aprons, developers who actually had loads of these face masks that our social care staff were needed. The community response around PPE within such a short space of time was absolutely incredible. Very quickly, we moved into the whole issue of food, and food became such a massive part of the inequality that we were all dealing with. On the left-hand side is what the government sent us for their shielding boxes. What an absolute disgrace and a failure of government to meet those basic needs. We are so lucky in Greenwich that we have the incredible Greenwich Co-operative Development Agency, who've been with us for more than 20 years. And I think what we realised was actually we had a massive obligation to support small businesses and local suppliers who were all massively affected by the pandemic, but also to deal with the urgent need around skills. Now, I don't know how many of you conference would feel comfortable making a flatbread, but actually we really realised that with 20 tonnes of flour from the O2, that was completely useless unless people knew something that they could do with it. So in all of our food boxes, we created these little recipes in the corner to go out and help people. Obviously, food has continued to be a massive feature of local government work in the past 8 and 9 months, and the work that Marcus Rashford has done in particular has been truly remarkable. In Greenwich, we've been feeding hungry kids for over 4 years now, at our own cost, using money from our public health grant, no support at all from the government. I think the big question for us as we all move into a food response around free school meals is how we make sure that that money and the resources that we get are also going to benefit our local community. Personally, I don't feel that a voucher for every family in Greenwich to go and spend at a supermarket is the right option. We're using our libraries and our community venues so that we can engage with people as well and identify what their wider needs are, and also make sure that we can continue to invest locally. The community response has also now evolved into testing, and I was really proud that we were one of the first in the country to secure a mobile testing unit at our university. We've got thousands of students in Greenwich who come from across the world for the University of Greenwich, Ravensbourne and other institutions. And if I'm completely honest, aside from the occasional hello with the Vice-Chancellor, we didn't really have a substantial relationship with many people that existed in the university. Now, my team are working this weekend, we're rolling out the lateral flow testing so that we can make sure that when those students do leave and go home for Christmas, they go home in a safe way, because the government advice around this has clearly just been lacking in so many areas. And for us, I think it's absolutely clear that universities are the care homes of wave 2, and we need to make sure that as much as possible, we do not have any repeated waves and peaks of this pandemic linked to that. I think one of the big features of our borough response in COVID has just been the great relationship that we've always had with our voluntary sector. So prior to the pandemic, we were spending just over £7 million a year and putting that into local organisations, which meant that when we really needed help, we were able to ask for that one Greenwich response to come. The community hub that we created had 3 main partners. There was the council, there was the volunteers, and thousands of volunteers. A real feature, I think, of life across the country has been people who've never engaged in activism before being willing to help, but also making sure that our voluntary and community sector partners are at the heart of our community hub, because the trust levels that they have are even higher than those for the council and beyond. The community hub has helped thousands of residents. We've had over 113,000 calls since March the 27th, which just shows you the level of need in a borough where we have 260,000 people, and they meet a whole range of services. Our best success was perhaps helping a woman who was stranded here while her family were in Australia to get to chemotherapy in the hospital during the middle of lockdown. And actually something like that would probably never have happened before, but working together, undoubtedly we managed to save a life. I guess in terms of the key learning for us in Greenwich, it's important to remember that this pandemic has come after 10 years of constant, sustained and brutal austerity that has decimated many communities and many lives. And we know that COVID has exacerbated the inequalities that already exist in many of our communities. I think there's a real opportunity here, as people have said, to garner this new support from people who want to help. And we have to make sure that we can turn the energy that we all had around clapping and banging pots and pans into a new ongoing relationship between communities and councils. We really need to make sure that the new networks that we've all created are utilised for the next step. And as Rose has highlighted there, a number of us are already working on schemes around Christmas, food hunger, different things to make sure that we can build on the great work that we've done. I think also this has really challenged us to think about who our communities really are, and particularly in relation to business support. In Greenwich, we have 85% of our businesses that employ less than 10 people. Actually, the relationships that we've managed to build with them through the distribution of grants and understanding what they need has been absolutely vital. Looking ahead, I think Steve's absolutely right that we need to demonstrate what the councils have achieved here in the face of a government that has frankly not been helpful in so many regards at all. Already at the moment, there's lots of national media around the vaccine, and the vaccine is coming and the NHS is ready. But I can tell you confidently from my part of South East London, that it is councils that are driving the logistics of this exercise. It is councils are doing the hard graft about how we are going to build trust from communities and make sure that the take-up of this vaccine by all of our vulnerable groups is as strong as it can be. I think also we need to recognise that actually we have seen situations where, as Steve said, people don't want things done to them. And perhaps all of us who've installed a low traffic neighbourhood or one of our transport changes may be reflecting after this, because it has been an absolutely brutal experience for some, not taking account of the great work and outcomes that have been achieved, but a real test for all of us, I think, about just how far we can go as councils before residents come back with their usual demands about being consulted and involved regardless of whatever pandemics we're in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you for that. And there was, like Simon, like Rosa, there was so much to take there. But actually, what really resonated with me when you were speaking was about building up and building out through communities, which is so key. And I suppose what the pandemic has done as a local has pushed local authorities or enabled us to reset what our local communities look like, who are those key stakeholders, how can we engage and work together. And it's reminding different parts of the community that they can contribute in different ways. I think that has to be the most powerful message that comes from what all of you as speakers have said. And actually, we have done all of this work in the midst of financial pressures and budget cuts. So we went into the pandemic in a really challenging place financially, but we still rose up and responded to the challenge. So after we've heard from our fantastic speakers, we're going to have some questions for them. So the first one is for you though, Simon, and it's more a comment really. It's from Louise, and she says, I grew up in Tamworth in the 1970s, and the Co-operative there was the finest stores, many happy memories. So you may want to come back on that and just share some comments. Another question is from Jeff. This is for everyone, and I'll come to everyone in a minute. The hub of community has grown up and strengthened during the pandemic, but how do we facilitate this and strengthen it going forward, and that it can grow post-pandemic well? So how do we strengthen those hubs so it isn't just for the pandemic? The next question is, why do we think people will behave cooperatively in a crisis, yet do not vote for cooperation when it has passed? So I'll stop there and we can take another 2 questions after that. Simon, I'll start with you to reflect on the fond memories.
Well, firstly, thank you for the fond memories. It's still, it's a place I moved to, so it's not where I grew up. I've just come to be part of it, but it is great. Tamworth Co-op also gave us a grant prior to that to help run the winter night shelter last year. So from that point of view, they're still a very cool group. I ought to mention though that Central England Co-operative also gave us a grant for the hub. So we were very grateful for the stock that we got. I think when you allude to the problems we've had financially, and people, I mean, Danny's excellent presentation demonstrated why people should have a Labour Council and the difference a Labour Council can make. But for me, you know, leader of 5 opposition members on a 30-member council, slightly different scenario. How do we make it carry on? Well, what we've done is we've continued the dialogue with the council, who were fully involved with us during the pandemic, and we've pushed back slightly. I would say there's been a little bit of a tendency to want to reimpose all the rules and regs, and you know, to start putting the forms in place. So we've been saying, hang on a minute, don't forget what you learned from the pandemic. It didn't help if you told people what to do. You found a way and a framework for us to operate. So that's what I would say about how we keep it going. And I think also the volunteers, it's critical. During the pandemic, we had a lot of volunteers who were available. Thankfully, the majority of them have got a job to go back to now. Didn't look like that at one point, but it has. So I think the key then is to keep those purposes going. But a number of them that are still turning up on days off or on weekends to help, because they've learnt that. And I think it goes back to a lovely point that Rosa made about getting people involved. If you get people involved, they begin to see your values and how your values make a difference. And I think that's the bit that we're doing. And I thought Rosa's point on that was very strong.
Thank you, Simon. Rosa. can I ask you to lead on from there, please?
Sure, thank you, Antoinette. Yeah, Jeff, brilliant question about the hub of community and how we keep it active after the pandemic. I think with volunteers, similarly to Simon, we've had an awful lot of volunteers come forward, which is fantastic. I think it's really important that they have a role and they feel they're contributing. Sometimes, I'm sure some of you will have experienced this, you have more volunteers than you actually have things for them to do. It's not about giving people unimportant roles or roles that are meaningless or just created to give them something to do, but it's about making sure people are really in groups and in communications to make sure they feel like they're contributing. And then beyond that, I think it's about staying in touch with them. So where people are happy to be communicated with, send them updates, let them know what's going on, let them know where they can continue to help more. And as Simon touched on, as things change and people have gone back to work, allow people to be involved in the way they can manage. A lot of people who were able to completely throw themselves in at the beginning of the pandemic may not be able to now. So make sure that's considered too. So far as people seeing what we do in our communities, but then not supporting that at the ballot box, I always harp on about Witney because actually the foundation that's been built here before my time as a councillor and before in fact I even lived in Witney with some of our local councillors, a brilliant cooperator, Councillor Laura Price, Andrew Coles among others, we really brought, or they really brought people in and brought people into what they were doing. It didn't matter what their political alignment was. We're in West Oxfordshire, so typically it was Conservative, but people came to see what we're doing and they've supported us at the ballot box, not the party colour. And I think that's really important, especially when we're talking about really small communities.
Danny, thank you. Rosa.
Thanks, Antoinette. I guess on the point about strengthening community hubs, I certainly feel that the past 7 months has taken councils back into their neighbourhoods in a way that they haven't for many, many years. And actually, whether that's a bit above and beyond, you know, kind of the tenancy officers strolling about looking for repairs, through to regulatory officers testing and tracing. And actually, because of austerity, we'd all retreated kind of into corporate centres and contact centres and lots of kind of, you know, behaviours where we expect people to come to us. And I think we really do need to think about how we turn the hub into a more neighbourhood model of services moving forward, and particularly in the context of the finances that everyone's talked about. And I guess how we get people to vote for cooperation, I think some of the terminology that we use in politics, and certainly from some of our most strident activists, leads to a sort of certain mindset approach. And if I went out in Greenwich and said to most people, are you going to vote for co-production? They wouldn't have a clue as to what I was talking about. And actually, it doesn't really mean anything to their lives. But actually, I think what we're trying to do in all of our messaging is just say, actually, would you vote for a council that's trying to make our communities stronger, trying to improve your lives, and actually keeping our key message about kind of supporting people straight? I think people will vote for that all day long.
Thank you. I know that in Hackney we have the volunteer Hackney Centre, and basically we've got lots of information how we volunteer. And I think when we think about sustainability, it's about how you facilitate those people that want to volunteer. It's what structure, what mechanism that you put in place so that people at different times in their life can volunteer and step away, and that there's some coordination there. I think facilitation and coordination and frameworks are key to making this a sustainable model, because if you've got a clear route into how to volunteer, who's volunteering, what their skills are and how many you've got at any one time, I think that's how you keep these models sustainable. I want to touch and go back to one of the questions that was asked before about cooperative values, that when there's a pandemic, everybody understands how to work cooperatively, and post-pandemic, how do we keep that alive? I think that's something about embedding those principles, but keen to hear from you. Danny, let's start with you.
Thank you very much. So, as I said, really, I think it's all about the messaging and the language, but also how we totally have changed our approach. So lots of us, you know, we're very, lots of us are very stuck with, I guess the kind of model around community engagement where we had public meetings, people came to us. Actually, we've taken that into a virtual world and taken many, many people with us. Now, I do absolutely believe there's a real value in face-to-face engagement, and I can't wait to get back into a space where we can make that happen. But actually, we have been able to take probably a much larger group of people with us who wouldn't have been leaving their house at 7 o'clock on a rainy Thursday night to come and hear about what the council had to say, but can fundamentally do that in a different way at the moment. So I think a new approach to community engagement and the role of councillors, absolutely vital. I think, you know, as Simon said, you know, we were carrying the boxes in March and April because there was no one else to carry the boxes in the building. You know, kind of that is a reality of what happened. And I think making sure that we've still got sleeves rolled up kind of moving forward, and councillors and elected representatives that seem to be doing their bit for the betterment of other people moving forward is going to be an essential part of where we go next.
Thank you. Simon.
Thank you, Antoinette. I think that the point Danny's made about the continuing involvement is critical, but I think we're all concerned that there was a moment when people were taking a collective view and it will gradually seep back into other things. We're expecting a High Street Fund bid to be approved for Tamworth in the near future. I'm sure the local Conservatives will campaign on look at all this lovely investment in Tamworth, ignoring the fact that it will probably be less than the amount they've withdrawn in grant from Tamworth over the last 3 years. So instead of giving it to us to run the council in a proper way and maintain services, they're going to give us a shiny new toy whilst making people redundant. The redundancies in Tamworth have already started. So, you know, that's the point that we're going to have to make. But I genuinely think that we can only lead by example. And I think that the wonderful thing when you listen to what Danny's doing in Greenwich, what Rose is doing in Whitney, and I empathise enormously with what Rose is saying about it's not a natural area. You know, not everybody is one of our card carrying supporters. That you then have to show by example, and it's not an easy road. But I think the more we're involved, the more we show that the difference comes from working with us. You know, so we, as Danny was saying, you know, instead of saying the council says this is what's happening, it's saying, okay, you're doing that, we will support you by doing that. And we're doing that with the free school meals again at Christmas. We're supporting families, and I think these issues are not going to go away. And I think that's the other thing that's going to keep the collective spirit higher on the agenda, is that the issues about how we support those who are vulnerable at a time when vulnerability is increasing will not go away. I mean, we had a figure the other day at a committee meeting, the number of people who are not council tenants who are now claiming universal credit has gone up by 40% in the last 3 months. So that means it's making more people aware that they can't help themselves entirely. And I think that will put the collective issue back at the front of the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you. Rosa. Thank you, Simon. Rosa.
Thanks, Antoinette. Yeah, I think Danny touched on something really important, and that's community engagement. And full disclosure, in my day job, I do work for a digital community engagement organisation, so it's a big passion of mine. I think you know, it's wonderful that we've got volunteers in our communities, but we need to make sure that the people that don't have the privilege of being able to volunteer still feel part of our community and changes that are made. You know, when we've got community engagement, we see a better consent for change, whether that be change in the built environment or change to housing policies or whatever decisions it may be that councils are making. If people who again don't have that privilege of volunteering, they may be time poor, if they feel they can contribute, then you know, we get that greater consent and the communities are happier and they feel like they're part of something. Of course, digital community engagement is a huge part of that. I think the other thing I'd like to add to that is to make sure that those that are volunteering are not taken for granted. So as well as them seeing us calling for volunteers and us volunteering ourselves, they also see us pushing for change, change so the government is supporting things, so things don't have to be picked up by the third sector and by volunteers, things that the government should be doing and local authorities should have the finances to do as their statutory obligations.
Thank you so much for those responses, and it's just really important that we continue to facilitate that good work. So there's a question about councils. How do we work with people so they can stop blaming councils for central governments failing? I think that is a Zoom conference all in itself, isn't it? There's so much there. I suppose for me, I'd quickly say that where government has failed, local government has stepped up and stepped in, whether it's our response to PPE where government failed, whether it's been free school meals, whether it's been the track and trace, whether it's been the food for shielding, in all of those responses, it has failed nationally and locally. You've heard, whether it's from my council or all the councils that you've just heard from, have responded to that. But really keen to hear from our panelists from this in terms of their views. Simon, let's start with you. How do we help people to understand a bit more what we're doing and distinguish between what government is clearly doing wrong and what councils are responding to in the midst of that?
I think there's two levels. One is the whole way in which the Labour Party has rebooted itself and is representing itself. Because I think many of us who are instinctively on the left in many ways could see that we weren't getting anywhere. I mean, the level of door knocking that you just got thrown back. I spent polling day in Stoke North and Stoke Central because Ruth Smith's a great friend of mine, and the abuse that one was getting on the doorstep. So I think unless the party represents itself, it would be extremely hard to get any message at all across. So I think the background message is probably much better, and that will help, because as long as people have got a short excuse, it doesn't take much attention to focus. But I think the other thing that we need to do more, and that's why I benefit from these conferences, is that when you can point to councils that are doing better because they're not run by Conservatives who just lap up whatever's coming from the centre. And that's why I think it's really useful when you hear what other councils are doing that are controlled by people who are Labour and cooperative in their attitude and values. Then we go out to people and say, this is what you can have instead. But I suspect our big problem is going to be we're going to be massively underfunded. I mean, at the moment, even before this latest set of cuts, we're looking at something like an 8 million deficit over 5 years. Now, to someone like Danny, that's roughly what he spends on social groups. But if I tell you that's equal to our entire wage bill, then over the next 5 years, in theory, the only way to break even is shut the whole council down. So that's the scale of the problem when it comes down to tiny authorities like mine. And we're going to have to work very hard to find a way to show. But I'm hoping that people, when they see that, will say, do you know what, this doesn't work. This isn't how we do it, and we don't trust big government. So that's what I'm hoping.
Danny, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not just saying this because you are the Deputy Mayor of Hackney and the Chair of the panel, but one of the things I really remember vividly was coming to meet Mayor Glanville and asking him about the branding for Hackney homes. Now, Hackney were building lots of housing well before many other people, and all of the branding said basically, this is the council doing this because the government are not. And I thought, wow, that's really powerful, because actually that's not about anything other than a fact. Went back to my council, they said, no, we can't do that because it's too political. It's about how can Hackney do that? Because actually it is a fact. It's not about making sure that we're making kind of political points, but we're trying to educate residents in the broadest possible terms about the limitations and the possibilities of council power. So I think the messaging and communication is absolutely vital. I'm always a bit depressed when I go canvassing, in the sense that austerity has become a normalised word. You knock on doors and people talk about it in with a kind of acceptance that kind of this is where we are. So translating that into a message in Greenwich that actually we've had £1,400 per household taken away from you, so £1,400 less per household to deliver those basic services over a 10-year period is an absolutely essential way to try and make it, more than just a political argument, but a reality about where we can, why we're having to do less. And I think finally, what the pandemic has taught us is that there are limitations to what the public is willing to accept in terms of volunteerism. So actually, I think the complete debacle around free school meals, has actually gone beyond the idea that we should all be giving up our weekends and going off to feed kids in the holidays, because fundamentally a line has been drawn in the sand where most people say, actually, this is completely unacceptable. The government should be doing this. And I think, we've got a bit more work to do to work out where those lines are and how we play into them. Because I think now people are saying, we need help. The state is back and we need governments to be helping communities.
Thank you, Danny. Rosa?
Thanks. Yeah. So coming at this from a slightly different view, I guess in West Oxfordshire, the Labour and Co-operative group are very much in opposition. So you know what? I'm all right with blaming the council when they make mistakes, because that's what we're there for. We're there to scrutinise them. We're there to make them do better, especially with next May's elections coming up. Let's hold our local councils to account for what they're not getting right, and let's advocate for those changes and advocate for the things that we know those volunteers are picking up in communities where councils should be doing it. Of course, there are issues, and councils are not funded as they should be, so there are issues financially, but also when we've got Conservative councils making short-sighted decisions about how their funding is distributed, then let's make sure we hold them to account and keep that scrutiny in place. I think also we're very fortunate in the Co-op Party. We have some great advocates of local government in Westminster, and let's make sure we highlight their voices. Steve Reed this morning said some wonderful things, and let's make sure we celebrate that and celebrate the local government within the Co-op Party.
And what I would say is, look, I wouldn't envy anyone being Prime Minister in the time of a pandemic. But understand that is where my sympathy begins and ends, because every area of local government, I can tell you where this government has failed and local government have had to pick up the pieces. They failed to listen, they failed to act, they failed to respond. That's why they are the government of U-turn, because they don't know what they're doing. They are a government that has to be dragged into leadership rather than leading. And actually local government are the ones that are leading communities, facilitating communities and leading the charge. So just to encourage you, I would say to that question, have a look at what local government's doing and have a look at what central government should be doing, and just keep telling the local government story on what we are doing. And hopefully that will help people put the blame on the doorstep where it lies, right at number 10, while the Prime Minister is there. So our next question is around how we activate cooperative groups in areas, in rural areas. How do we mobilise people in those areas? Because obviously connecting to one another isn't as straightforward as it is in other areas, for example. And I'd really like to begin with you, Rosa, because I know that you've been very proactive in your area and would really like you to expand on some of the fantastic things you've done to mobilise people.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think everyone in the co-op movement has heard of the of West Oxfordshire Community Transport, a wonderful cooperative bus company set up by Councillor Laura Price and some other local volunteers. It's a wonderful initiative that put bus routes in place where they were taken away, where they were no longer supported by the local finances. And yet we're in a rural area, people are cut off and people can't get around without those vital services. So that's been a real foundation for us here. I think beyond that, personally, where I've seen a great collaboration and cooperation from our community is last year, 2 years ago now, we took control of Witney Town Council. It's a small town parish council. Maybe that's less important than some of our bigger councils, but you know what? That's our council that's closest to the community. So what we did when we took control of that after, more than 30 years of Conservative control, except briefly in the 90s where they didn't get their paperwork in time, and when we briefly took it then. But since we took control of it, we've really encouraged community members to get involved. We really focused on climate our first year. We built a huge movement of residents being involved in our policy building. We held a big climate meeting, and we really had them be part of what was happening. Because we had moved our chamber from our beautiful old town hall, completely inaccessible, we moved it to our Corn Exchange. So now people can come and it's completely accessible. We saw a huge turnout to our council meetings that, you know, people don't generally come and attend. And I think if we talk about keeping the good stuff from the pandemic, having things virtual and having things more accessible to some means that we're going to continue to see that. I think beyond that, what we've done this year with the new leader of the town council has implemented a diversity panel, which means that we're pulling in a greater number of residents and making sure we're really touching the needs of our entire community and trying to involve as many people as possible. So I think there's really positive things that can be done, especially in rural areas, especially where we've got smaller towns and parish councils. And anyone that knows me know I'll happily bang on about towns and parishes all day long.
Thank you so much. So good. Simon.
Thank you. I've got little I can add to what Rosa said, except that within our particular area, we're 4 miles square. We're absolutely concentrated urban area. The rest of the Tamworth constituency is more rural, and it suffers from many of the things that Rosa talked about. We've yet to take control of one of the minor town councils, but if we can, then we'll try and model it on what Rosa's done. But we're at the exact opposite, 4 miles square, 70,000 people, absolutely heavy urban development, but poverty of a different kind. So thank you.
Thank you. And Danny, a fellow Londoner like myself, you may want to draw on what we do when we want to reach harder to reach people, but ultimately we believe that people are not hard to reach, they just need to be reached in a different way. When you want to touch on a bit of what you've done in your area to reach different peoples and different parts of your communities, and others can learn from that.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think the key thing for me about COVID and the whole pandemic really has been making sure that we're not insular and actually not just looking at ourselves and you know, the residents groups that we always work with, but you know, really getting out into communities, you know, almost back to the community development approaches. And I think also the really important thing about this is that very rarely does anyone have a new idea, if we're completely honest. And I know we all like to think that we're all having wonderful ideas all the time. But the thing I have really appreciated as a new leader and with, you know, a large cooperative group is the resources and support network which is available from the cooperative movement. So whether that's Cllr and CCIN sort of helping us explore new ideas with kind of the policy lab work to think about what we can do next, or the support that Emma's given as local government lead, really for me has been invaluable, because actually connecting up, I guess, my group and my members as well as myself into other people has always meant that you then see the good ideas and the fantastic work that's going on around the country. And I guess there's absolutely no harm in stealing some of those models and translating them back into local practice where needed.
Thank you. So we have our last question from Morris. It says, do you think the cooperative movement is too much in the Labour Party shadow as a political movement, and should it be blown its own trumpet? So I'll go to Simon, Danny, and give Rosa the last word from our panelist. And you might want to use this time to maybe touch on any one thing that you want to leave people with.
All I'd say is I became Tamworth's first Labour and Cooperative councillor two years ago. Yeah, in some ways it is in the shadow of the Labour Party, but it was always meant to be. And I think that's probably just the way it is, and I wouldn't worry about it. I think the most important thing that cooperative party members can do is ensure that those values of working together, of cooperating so that we make a difference on the ground is where we're going. And I think, you know, when you listen to what Rose has done in her area and what Danny's done in a bigger area and Giselle's in Hackney, you know, you can see that, yes, the Labour Party is moving forward and the Co-op Party, and we're going to make a difference.
Thank you. Danny?
Thank you. I mean, I think I was just reflecting on something that happened earlier on a few months ago when I think we all realised just how vital shop workers were to the country in a way that just hadn't really been on people's radar pre the pandemic. And I had a presentation from Co-op Food Group about the levels of abuse and stuff that were happening in store. And I guess what that really sort of taught me really was, number one, actually it doesn't matter whether it's the Labour Party or the Co-op Party that's kind of saying this, but actually harnessing the power of progressive politics to kind of move forward in a way to kind of create, you know, kind of buy into our beliefs is absolutely essential. So I think, you know, that the two parties are absolutely interlinked. Long may that continue. And I think, you know, keeping sharing these ideas, keeping educating new members, you know, who perhaps don't have as much exposure or understanding of the history and the long history that's gone behind this union is absolutely vital work moving forward.
And last, Rosa, last comment from you. Thank you.
Thanks, Antoinette. Yeah, I think the cooperative movement is forever gaining strength. If you look at the membership numbers within the Co-op Party, they're constantly increasing. We've got wonderful staff building brilliant campaigns, really implementing great policies. I think the Co-op Party is a huge asset to the Labour Party, constantly feeding in really important and sometimes niche policies that the Labour Party may not have the time to commit their energy to. Danny touches on it perfectly there, I think, with shop workers. You know, how important have they become to our community? We stood there, we clapped them on a Thursday night, and, you know, let's make sure we continue to celebrate that. We've got some wonderful staff and some wonderful councillors within the Co-op Party and wonderful members working in their communities. So let's continue to celebrate that and make sure that we're using our platform to help push and promote policy on the Labour Party as well.
Thank you all so much. I'd like to thank my panellists who have been absolutely fantastic. I am biased because I think they're brilliant. What I would say, the next elections are important because it's an opportunity for us to either get on the doorstep or the telephone to let people know the difference that Labour cooperative councils, the difference that they make, because we have seen that through this pandemic, we've stepped up and made the difference to our community where a central government has been lacking. Thank you all and enjoy the rest of conference.
We've been delighted in the Welsh Government to be able to support local authorities in their efforts all the way through the pandemic. And without their efforts, we really wouldn't be in the really good position we are. We've relied on local authorities all the way through, both to support our TTP, Test, Trace and Protect efforts, and to provide our community hubs during the firebreak and the initial lockdown, and all the way through actually to support our communities. And as a result of that, we've been really pleased to support them through what we call the Local Authority Hardship Fund. The Hardship Fund is a fund that's set in place by Welsh Government that's based on actual. So local authorities agree to set of parameters with us. We do everything in partnership, and then they apply for actual spend from the fund. So we're not doing it on a formula or anything else. We're looking to support authorities in their actual situation day to day. We also provided an upfront payment of what's called the Revenue Support Grant right at the beginning, so that they had more than they would normally have had as cash flow. So there wasn't any issue with them having to pay out in the first place and then claim it back afterwards, because we'd provided the cash flow up front. And I've been really delighted to do that because we've worked really carefully and closely with local government throughout this pandemic. We've really pulled together as Team Wales, and it's been a real pleasure and a privilege to be able to support local government in this way as the vital provider of services in Wales that we know them to be.
Hello, welcome everybody. My name is Nick Crofts. I am a Co-op Party councillor in Liverpool. I am the President of the National Members Council at the Co-operative Group. Welcome to this keynote plenary session of the Co-op Party Local Conference 2020. We are joined by Preet Gill. Preet, as I'm sure you know, is the Member of Parliament for Birmingham Edgbaston. She is the newly elected chair of the Co-operative Party Parliamentary Group. She serves in Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet as the Shadow Secretary of State for International Development. She is also, very importantly, a former Co-op Party councillor from Sandwell, so understands very well the challenges that we as local activists are experiencing in local government. We will have the opportunity today to hear about some of the extraordinary work that Co-op Party members are doing in local communities and in local government. We know the applicability of our cooperative values to dealing with the challenges that people face in their everyday lives. But of course, it's not just in local communities that those values display their applicability. In the international community, those values are just as applicable. You only need look at fair trade, for example, to see how solidarity, how equity, and how concern for the community can really touch people's lives. Now, the international community is suffering a whole series of challenges before the global pandemic hit. You only need look at the growth in extreme poverty, or the broken international trading system, or the rise in inequality. These challenges are real, and because we are cooperators and because we are internationally minded, we want to try and solve them. Unlike the Tory government, of course, who are openly discussing how they can reduce the international development commitments of this country. So to tell us about the Co-op Party and our sister parties' plans to try and tackle some of these issues, let's welcome Preet Gill.
Thank you so much, Nick, and it's a pleasure to have been invited to speak to everyone here today. It's been an astonishing year, unparalleled in its challenges, and one which has completely resurfaced the political landscape. And I have no doubt I speak for all the councillors and politicians and local leaders on this call when I say that it has been extremely hard work. It is therefore great that we can have these moments to come together and reflect on the achievements and failures of the past year and steel ourselves for the work we need to do to build back better from this crisis too. Not only is it a pleasure to address you today as the Shadow International Development Secretary, but also as the newly elected chair of the Co-operative Party Parliamentary Group, tasked with taking cooperative ideas and values to the very heart of Westminster and into government. If I reflect on my journey to this point, I feel incredibly grateful for the people who have blazed a trail before me and the communities that have supported me on the way. I remember my first local Labour Party meetings and feeling quite outnumbered in a stuffy community centre room dominated by middle-aged men. And many of these men had done outstanding work, sometimes for decades, serving their local communities, but it has always been clear to me how important it is to have a diversity of thought and perspective. As I became more active in the party, I continued to experience barriers and in some cases, blatant misogyny, even as a councillor. And I can remember offering my take on a very hotly contested debate, only be told to go home to look after my children and not to concern myself with these matters. The obstacles that we can face as women and as an ethnic and religious minority are substantial, and there is some way to go to still tackle these concerns. I'm incredibly grateful to have become the first woman in Parliament in the UK, but I'm equally frustrated that it took until 2017 for that to happen. Having campaigned in the very same streets and neighbourhoods as the world famous Christabel Pankhurst and the formidable Mary MacArthur, I do not underestimate the work that has since gone into making our elected representatives gradually come to look more like the people that they serve. However, what excites me even more than improving representation in centres of power like Westminster is distributing that power to people and communities on the ground so they can build the institutions and services that they need for themselves. That is why I'm so proud to be a member of the cooperative movement. The cooperative movement is a democratic ideal that allows workers and members to decide what to do with all the value that they create. And during the pandemic, we have seen the power of this idea come to life in the communities across the country and the clamour for a different kind of politics from the Westminster knows best approach. And under an increasingly centralising national government, and when many big businesses drain profits and accountability away from the communities who create that wealth, cooperatives can put power back in the hands of people for whom politics and economics has been something done to them, not for or by them. Whether it is the Emilia-Romagna region in northern Italy, the Democracy Collaborative in Cleveland, or the Preston model in the UK, there are so many examples of how co-ops build wealth in their community through higher wages, local procurement that enriches local economies, and community accountability and decision-making. During the unprecedented challenge of the coronavirus pandemic especially, I have been so excited to see how my constituents in Birmingham have stepped up to this challenge, and so often it has been painfully clear that nationally administered schemes and policy fixes have not met the demands of our communities. And yet when policies have been thoughtfully and inclusively built from the ground up, with neighbours, with our friends and colleagues, with connections and lived experience of their areas, they have worked out so much better. More than that, the cooperative way of doing things can help forge a sense of dignity and community among people and politicians to rekindle a sense of common purpose that our broken national politics seems to crush. Earlier this year, I was proud to participate in the Co-op West Midlands Task Force with our future Metro Mayor for the West Midlands, Liam Byrne. Cooperative pioneers and ideas are so badly needed to build the fairer economy and better society that we need. Across the West Midlands, the likes of the Acts of Random Caring Group in Wolverhampton, Feeding Coventry or the Black Country Food Bank are already doing wonderful work. And I hope that next May, with our first Labour and cooperative Mayor of the West Midlands, we can put even more of those ideas into practice. It's a strange quirk of history that the cooperative model formed by weavers and workers in Fenwick and Rochdale is more widely applied and celebrated abroad than in our own country. There are 2.9 million co-ops around the world, co-owned by around 1 billion people. In my role as Shadow International Development Secretary, I'm committed to working with people and communities in that very same spirit, to design and deliver the support people need in a cooperative and collaborative way rather than by dictating to them. I believe we must see development more as a partnership, where we work together to build links and tackle poverty and instability together. The pandemic has already shown how interconnected we all are, and only together will we be able to overcome this unprecedented global challenge and the climate crisis to build back systems and societies with greater resilience in the future. Sadly, the UK government is going in the opposite direction. Since becoming Shadow Secretary of State for International Development, the government has shut down this world-leading department. DFID was not only a champion of tackling poverty around the world, but it gave the UK its global standing, where defence and diplomacy clearly could not because of years of austerity and cuts to their funding. Now the strong indications are that the government will row back on its manifesto commitments to spend 0.7% of GNI towards aid, thus turning its back on the world's most poorest people. This retreat is not just a legislative problem, but it raises a serious question of what that money is going to be used for. In the middle of a global pandemic, this government have turned their backs on those that they committed to champion, mothers, newborn babies, and children who are dying from preventable or treatable causes, the tens of millions of girls who are out of school, and those whose lives and livelihoods have been destroyed by Ebola and malaria. These were all Conservative manifesto commitments, which made worse by the pandemic, yet now by cutting almost a third of the aid budget, tackling these problems will become much, much more harder. It will also make our efforts to play a part in the world much more difficult. What will the Prime Minister say to President Biden when he comes to the UK as we take the G7 presidency and COP26 next year, when we are clearly breaking our promises to the world? I believe that the world can be better. I believe that we can ensure no one is left behind, but I believe that the only way to do that is by working together as cooperators. Thank you.
Preet, thank you very much. I was very attracted to your remarks, particularly your observation that cooperation is the route to a sense of dignity and to a sense of common purpose. Thank you very much. Now, we've already got some questions coming through. If attendees, if that's the right word, viewers, maybe that's the right word, have further questions, do please put them through in the conference chat page. But before we get to the first question, I have to wish you, Preet, a very happy birthday. Thank you very much for giving up your time on a Saturday morning and on your birthday as well to come and join us. It's tremendously appreciated. Now, the first question is from a nameless individual, and it says, should the strength of cooperatives internationally be more publicised by the cooperative movement here in the UK? And let's take a second question at the same time, and it's connected. And the question says that many members have spent time in overseas development, either as professionals or as volunteers. How should their experience be better utilised by the party and by the UK movement? So thoughts and reflections on those two, please, Preet.
Thank you so much, firstly, Nick, and it's wonderful to see you as my fellow NG9 graduate. And honestly, it's wonderful to be able to join councillors across the country on my birthday, because I really value the work local government does, and I think that is so important. Just to thank you all as well. I think these are really great questions. As I've said, you know, despite our kind of rich history of cooperative models, actually it's the rest of the world that seems to be championing those ideals, and I want to see the co-op movement grow much more. I think all of us have been so encouraged as to the kind of cooperation we've seen from our communities through the mutual aid, the food banks that have been setting up, and of course the tool that the co-op party has set up in terms of being able to identify local food banks in your area. I think it's so important to share the areas of, you know, where people are doing really well internationally. So we should publicise, we should showcase. I think people need to know what the tangible ways of actually setting up cooperative models are. What are the outcomes? How do communities get involved with that? How do we break down a model that almost, for some people, don't know how it would actually apply practically? I mean, many of us shop in our co-ops and we know the kind of value base that is set up, but actually we need to grow the movement much more broader, and I think that is a really good idea in a way of trying to do that. On the second point, I think that is absolutely brilliant. I've been blown away actually at members' engagement. I've been attending some of the co-op party member engagement events as well. Lots of people who've got an interest in overseas development, whether they've worked in the field, whether they're active here in the UK. And I think it's so important that we use this opportunity of this pandemic to show that global solidarity between the British public and the rest of the world. Because development priorities matter, and given that this government's been pretty much retreating, actually I want to see much more member engagement. So you'll be really excited to know one of the things that we are doing with the LGA is that we want to set up a local government network for development, because actually it's councillors, co-op councillors, Labour councillors on the ground working with diaspora communities, really understanding how people have supported through remittances, you know, back home where they come from, but actually they want to be part of that input in terms of what we are doing in various countries. ways how we can work with civil society and just grow the movement much more. I think there's so much support, and I think if there's anything that this pandemic has shown, it's just actually brought people together. It's reasserted those values of what it means to really be amongst your communities, and using solidarity, but being cooperators. And I think that's really been inspiring. So yeah, absolutely great.
Fantastic, thank you, Preet. And I agree with you completely that there's an extraordinary story to tell on an international basis about the success of cooperatives and mutuals. In 2017, an analysis was undertaken of the revenues of the 300 largest, just the 300 largest cooperative member-owned businesses, and their combined revenues added up to $2.19 trillion, which is an equivalent number of the GDP somewhere between Italy and India. So it's an extraordinary accomplishment that these member-owned businesses are affecting the lives and creating wealth for so many people. And we could do much better, I think, at shouting loudly about this. It's arguably Britain's greatest commercial export cooperation. We've sent it around the world. Right, so next question for you is, how can local government better support your job and international development? And then a question from a chap called Nick, and his question is, how do we sell the positivity of internationalism through cooperation as an alternative worldview compared to the inward nationalism that we've seen with Brexit?
Again, excellent questions. I mean, in terms of local government better supporting us, I really want to make sure that, you know, this is something that Keir has been championing as well, is that, you know, the front bench needs to be working much more closely with our local government colleagues. There's always been a little bit of a disconnect, as we've always known, you know, policy decisions being made in Westminster, and actually it's local government that has to implement and put those into practice. And so actually their views are so integral, and making sure that we're working together as just one team and that there isn't this kind of separation. So I, you know, having been a local government councillor, I really absolutely understand that, and I think that there are mechanisms. I was really pleased that our colleague Nick, you know, Joe Platt and I, we set up Labour Friends for Local Government, and one of the reasons we did that was that we wanted to absolutely make sure local government had a voice in Westminster in the areas that, you know, the expertise, so that we could work together and share that information. So I think that still as a mechanism exists, so there's ways of being able to feed into that. I'm always really keen that, you know, it's an open door from our front bench team, in that we want to hear your ideas, we want to hear your thoughts, we want you to input into the issues that we've been campaigning on, whether that's debt crisis, whether that's pushing for a global health strategy. There's going to be many more campaigns. I've been really encouraged by the cooperative movement in terms of speaking out when, you know, the government took over DFID, but also in terms of the scrutiny mechanism of development, you know, the International Development Committee. This is another campaign that you have been championing, and I think it's so important that your voice gets communicated to your MPs, and that they know the extent of feeling that you have in terms of why development matters, why our 0.7 commitment is so important. If we talk about global Britain, that just can't be an empty word that the Prime Minister has been using and his government. It's absolutely got to be meaningful, and it's got to be meaningful because, you know, DFID was independent. It's organisations like that gave us our world leading reputation. So with the network, I hope that we can work much more closely together, because actually, whilst it's something new, it's got to work both ways. So it's not just about us sharing information. We want you to feed information back to us. We really want to create that solidarity piece, and I think that's so important. Far too often we hear that there are certain places and certain seats where actually development shouldn't be talked about, or it doesn't matter. I don't believe that. I believe it's about the language we use, it's the framing we use, how we take people together. The British public is extremely kind. You know, we've got charity shops on our high streets. We can make those connections between the high street and the rest of the world. And as you said, we've exported a fantastic model, which is something we need to think about when we think about the economic impact on the world, not just on our economy. you know, the rising concern of nationalism, of populism, of countries just looking within themselves is a real concern. This growing coalition of anti-globalists. That's why I think Biden winning the US presidency really gives us a sense of hope, because he'll bring a different worldview. He will reset those values that we care about. He's already made those indications about joining the WHO and the Paris Agreement. I'm really encouraged to see that he's going to put the USAID agency at the forefront of the global health pandemic in terms of leading the charge on COVID-19. And that's what we need to see. We need to see global cooperation, because obviously now with the vaccine, the biggest challenge we face is that that's got to be mass manufactured, distributed, but it's got to be equitably available to the world's poorest as well, because this pandemic has crossed borders, as we have seen. So, you know, we've got to be making the case positively for internationalism. We've got to be holding the government to account. It can't just be our voices. It's got to be a collective endeavour. And that's why, you know, local government voice is so important. I'm really committed to working with you all.
Splendid. Well, thank you very much, Preet. I'm sorry, alas, we don't have time for any more questions. Apologies to those people that did send them in. It's been an absolute pleasure to welcome you, Preet, particularly on your birthday. I hope you go to your local co-op store and buy cake, obviously, Absolutely. To enjoy. Joe Biden, when he eventually, the election was called for him, in his speech that I'm sure many of us stayed up to listen to about 2 a.m. on the Saturday night, Sunday morning, said that if you can choose not to cooperate, then it means that you can choose to cooperate. I choose to cooperate, he said. The people demand it. There we go. What more could we say? Splendid. Well, thanks very much, everyone. And I will now hand you back to Emma.
Thank you very much, Nick. My name's Emma Hoddinott and I'm the Local Government Officer for the Co-op Party. Our next speaker really doesn't need much introduction at all. He is Andy Burnham. He is the Mayor of Greater Manchester and is fast becoming known as King of the North, I think, is his alternative title. But over to you, Andy. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks so much, Emma, the Labour and Co-operative Mayor of Greater Manchester, the home of the cooperative movement. So I'm very, very proud to carry that title, and we'll be standing again in May 2021. I wanted to just reflect, if I could, on the pandemic, the response to it, and what it's kind of shown us about the way the country is run. I would argue it's exposed a lot that is wrong with it. And I think we need to really understand that and then develop a response to it. So the way to illustrate my point, I want you to imagine an alternative scenario back in February, March. Rather than local testing being stood down by the government, imagine that rather than standing it down, the government had kept it and then devolved a budget to local areas. The billions that have instead gone elsewhere, imagine if they'd given that to local areas to build out the testing system from the basis that they had. Imagine if they then put more billions in to build out local contact tracing and allowed councils to use that money again to build up from there. Imagine if they'd given areas like Greater Manchester a PPE budget and said, you know, you go and source that from local suppliers wherever you can. You can get my point, can't you? We would have had a very different response to this pandemic, and I would argue a much better response. Countries that have more balanced government between the national, regional, and local level, I think, have mounted a better response to this pandemic. But here, when they should have localised, our government instead centralised and privatised. And what you have seen is a response that has been poor. It hasn't joined the dots on the ground. We've had call centres at great public expense trying to do contact tracing, ringing the same people in the same house multiple times, not able to join the dots on the ground. And of course, at massive public expense. And for me, this really needs to be addressed in our response going forward from here. And I think the left needs to address this question, because the left of politics in our country is too centralising as well. I think we now need to embrace a completely different way of running things, and that, of course, is much more substantial devolution to all parts of England, as well as the three nations too. Because this is the issue: centralised government that we've had for centuries has created a very divided country. So when you vest all political power in one postcode, SW1AOAA, don't be surprised that that political power is used more for the benefit of the region that it is in, rather than all regions equally. So we have, of course, a very regionally unbalanced country. But the other thing about centralisation is, I think it does lead to privatisation, because then when the government seeks to let contracts, it immediately turns to those big entities, corporate entities at a national level. And I think if you look back over time, the amount of public money that has been wasted in outsourced contracts that have paid handsome profits to those organisations, often for poor delivery, I just think we've got to at some point say, surely this isn't the way to do things. And this is where I'm coming to my central case this morning. I think devolution of power to the English regions could be the single biggest thing that would take the cooperative movement from where it is today to an entirely new level. Because if budgets were in the hands of regions and local authorities making their own decisions on a whole range of things, I think it is pretty certain that there would be far greater commissioning of people in the not-for-profit and in the community sector, in the cooperative sector. Because I know Matthew Brown is on the call today, leader of Preston. He has shown how people need to trap the public funding that we have in our own communities to build wealth in those communities and make every pound work as hard as possible for the public good. So I'm reading in the newspapers today that the government are going cold on devolution because we dared to stand up to them and say, well, we're not having the way we're being treated. And I think everyone's got to wake up to that and actually demand the devolution that the country's been promised. I have no doubt at all in my mind that not just the cooperative movement, but the left as a whole will be able to make much greater advances from a progressive point of view by having power vested in our communities, able to take a long-term view of putting our own ideas into practice, rather than the mentality that we have of thinking that the only way we can make a great leap forward is by winning a general election in Westminster. Of course, that's massively important. But what is also important is devolving power out to places so that they can set their own agenda and actually build progressive solutions for the long run. So let me just give you a flavour of what we're beginning to do in Greater Manchester, which I think might give you a taste of what could be possible. We have taken the decision to link all public procurement, very much inspired by Matthew and the Preston model. We want to link all public procurement to our Good Employment Charter. That is a basic set of principles around a real living wage, a ban on enforced 0 hours contracts, closing the gender pay gap, giving people more flexibility. We think one of the things that this pandemic shows is that we do need to improve the quality of work for everybody in this country to make it better paid and more secure. So why not link all public procurement to that purpose? And my good friend Steve Rotherham in Liverpool is doing the same thing through his Fair Employment Charter. That gives you a flavour of how, from the bottom up, we can make real change happen. But then, of course, you come to the whole question of how we might commission. And I set up, with the help of Emma and the Cooperative Party, a cooperative commission to look at how we might embed developing the cooperative sector within our public policy. And they reported earlier this year, and Preet mentioned Joe Platt, who served on that commission alongside many others, chaired by the leader of Rochdale Council. And it's come forward with some really radical ideas, creating a cooperative zone in Greater Manchester, suggesting that my organisation, the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, should have a unit, a central unit that might support the development of co-ops. And both of those things I've accepted, and we will be putting at the heart of our recovery from COVID in Greater Manchester. I remember years ago when I was one of those who set up Supporters Direct, the organisation which led to the creation of hundreds of cooperative supporters trusts all over the country, allowing football supporters to take greater ownership of their clubs. The central unit and the off-the-shelf constitution and the advice about setting up a co-op was absolutely critical, that central resource. And that's why I want to create the same in Greater Manchester, so that it's easier for people to put their ideas into practice. And I see so much potential here as we're coming out of this, as we're looking to reshape our housing market, retrofit people's homes to make them zero carbon. I see huge potential to put co-ops at the heart of some of those developments. And if you just think about it, the more power that we do put in the hands of people at that local and regional level, I think that is how you build co-ops of scale for the long term in our country. I know that we're about to see a mayor selected, and then a Labour mayor elected, and then selected and then elected, hopefully in West Yorkshire. And you can see how this is beginning to build out, and how, if that good employment charter gets adopted there, how the ideas, progressive ideas, can start to take root right across our country. But it is about the left losing this ambivalence towards devolution, starting to embrace it. And I think the Cooperative Party is the voice on the left that needs to lead this argument and make the case, learning from everything that we've seen in Preston, and hopefully that we're beginning to see in Greater Manchester. So I will leave it there, Emma. I just hope that the many ways the scandals that we've seen this year in terms of public money being thrown at organisations that have siphoned so much out and then not delivered for the country has shown, exposed more clearly than ever, how our centralised London-centric approach to running the country just simply doesn't work for everywhere. You've seen how the government continues to want to treat large parts of the north, putting us under restrictions without giving us the funding to deal with the economic consequences of those restrictions. How much longer are we going to put up with this? And isn't it time, actually, that the left became the voice of devolution? The left became the voice of levelling up. Labour and cooperative parties need to own this agenda. We're getting false claims to do all of this from the government. I don't believe that they've got any genuine intention to level up the north. And even if they have, you can't do it by long-term infrastructure projects alone. You level up the north by investing in people, by investing in communities, and then building up from there, keeping the wealth in those communities and recycling it for the benefit of everybody. So it's time for a new push on a 21st century vision of devolution, cooperation. Labour and the cooperative parties need to be at the heart of that. And I hope more and more people are starting to rally to this cause. I believe fundamentally that Gordon Brown is right when he says we need a more federal UK, where power is more equally shared, and particularly equally shared by the English regions. And I want to see our party leading the charge for that. So Emma, I'll finish and I will hand straight back to you.
Thank you very much, Andy, and lots of questions are coming in. If you're all right to take a few of those, picking up on those key points that you mentioned, and in particular around the devolution argument, actually. So I want to ask you a couple of questions around that. The first one is from Penny, who says, your local leadership in this crisis has proven we need greater devolution. But how can we work together to get more devolution rather than regions being pitted against each other? And on a similar theme, Jim Howley asks, is anyone on the left in Westminster listening to your ideas about regional development? And is there any chance of it getting into a Labour manifesto?
Well, I hope so. I think Keir has kind of shown a real difference, actually. And I'm talking about a difference between all of the Labour leaders that I can remember. I don't think any of them have, when they've been in office, really embraced devolution. But Keir is working with us, talking to us, and it's a really refreshing change, to be honest. How do we do it? I think it is about working together. As was it Penny? Was it Emma who asked the first question? I think take inspiration from what has begun to happen in the north of England, where we have started much more to coordinate. So, you know, we've got something now called the Convention of the North, and one of our core calls is that all areas should have the devolution that Greater Manchester has got. I'm really pleased to see the mayoralty coming through in West Yorkshire. I hope we will see it in Cheshire at some point. What I would say is, once we've organised ourselves in that way, you know, we've started to see the media responding to it. So I'll point to the coordinated front pages we've seen a number of times now across newspapers in the north, and that is working. I mean, it isn't bringing dramatic change, maybe as quickly as we would like, but I think it is changing the political debate about these things. The risk is, and this comes on to the second question, Whitehall doesn't like it so much. They don't like, well, I should put it differently, they don't like real devolution. What they want is begging bowl devolution. So they want us to go on bended knee and, you know, trying to curry favour and, oh, please, can we have money for this thing? And can we bid to that pot for this? So they can calling all the shots and controlling the way this is done. And then the minute anyone steps out of line, as I did over the tier 3 debates, they want to kind of shut that down. So that is the kind of devolution that Whitehall wants to offer. And yes, it's challenging then, isn't it, to prize that power out of Whitehall. But I think we must do, because, you know, the power being hoarded in Westminster and Whitehall has led to a deeply divided England, a massive north-south divide, and actually a massive divide between East Anglia and Cornwall and London and the southeast. So, you know, the status quo really isn't an option. The government has got a commitment to a white paper, but all the rumours are that it's going cold on devolution because it doesn't like people in the region standing up to them. I think this is the moment for the Labour Party and the Co-operative Party to go much stronger and make a commitment now to true devolution in the manifesto and a more federal UK, as Gordon Brown is proposing.
No, thank you for that. We've got some lovely comments coming in. There's one from Councillor Jacqueline Owen. She says, a bed every month is a great example of cooperation. I agree, there are many opportunities, and I'm proud to be a Tameside councillor and a Manchester worker bee. Really nice comment there.
Yeah, thank you.
And it kind of, I think you've already touched on this, but maybe you want to touch a little bit on your policies as a cooperative mayor. We've got a question from President of the Cooperative Group, National Members Council. Them as a major funder of the party, what policies can the Co-op Group on behalf of its members require or expect of the party? And I know you've done loads of work with the Co-op Group already in Greater Manchester, not least as part of the Commission.
Absolutely, Emma. Just on that worker bee, I think we need to send you a bill for the royalties, I think, for the Cooperative Party local badge. Bed Every Night, our homelessness project in Greater Manchester, is absolutely a brilliant example of cooperation. When you network people across a city region, you know, it's amazing what can happen. And we've made, I think, a real change there, and it's because that network, the Homelessness Action Network, is more than the sum of its parts, and it's a great example actually of coordinating power of devolution. So I really would strongly recommend that. On the question of what policies, I think we've got to get more ambitious about housing. I think it's an obvious area where we could see a major party commitment to building the next generation of zero carbon homes for social rent that should be where the assets are kind of held in trust, if you like, for generations to come and can't be sold off through right to buy. And I would say the co-op movement is the ideal vehicle to make that happen. So housing, I would say, is a massive issue that we should really own. I would like personally to see the party make a commitment to a right to decent, safe housing in UK law, because I think it is that fundamental to people's lives. We've seen in this pandemic, haven't we, that the lack of good housing leaves people massively at risk from a health point of view. And I think the time has come to completely kind of change the way we think about housing, come at it as something that we need to provide as a universal good, and make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past and allow the housing stock to be sold off. So that's an obvious example. Reform of social care would be another. I think sometimes with our ambitions around cooperatives, we kind of scatter, don't we? We kind of go into so many areas that we could potentially make a difference. I think sometimes we need to focus and say, well, what are the ones where we really need to make a difference? So I would pick those two.
Thank you. And obviously some opportunities for us as a movement as we move out of the pandemic and we're looking at how we regenerate after the economic situation that we find ourselves in at the moment.
Absolutely.
There are some comments and some questions. I think we've touched on Manchester and your work in Greater Manchester, but I'm going to spread this out a bit to the rest of the country, just for the sort of final sort of 3 comments and questions. I've got a comment from Sharon Taylor, leader of Stevenage Council, who says it's not just the north, but community wealth building and devolution are needed for deprived communities in the south. And it's interesting, we've got some questions, I guess, about what other areas can learn from you. So Dan Norris, who is the Metro Mayor candidate for the West of England, congratulations, Dan. How can we use cooperative and Labour approaches to build trust between all our communities, between the urban and rural? And then we've also got a question. There are Welsh Parliament elections as well as local government elections next year. What can Wales learn from Manchester? So a few comments there from around the country. I guess, what are the lessons learned for other areas?
Yeah, they're really, really good questions, and lots of my old friends coming in there. So thank you, Sharon. And I don't want always to make it sound as though it's always that we're only speaking for the north. I think I did mention Cornwall and East Anglia, but I absolutely agree with you. I know Stevenage, I've visited it with you. There are parts of the south that would really benefit from and actually suffer for being close to the M25 and all the power that's kind of hoovered into there. So I think devolution, I want to see England to have a full devolved settlement. And what I mean by that is combined authorities all over England to fill in the map. Because then what would happen would be what areas would be able to work together much more. You'd have a critical mass of capability, if you like, outside of Westminster, and it's a totally different way of thinking about how we run things. So yes, I absolutely want to make the case for devolution everywhere and to fill in this map. Dan, well done, congratulations, and good luck to you. If we can help in any way, just let us know. I think the question about trust that you raise is a really important one. And you will know, having been in Parliament, how sometimes you feel as an MP that the lack of trust in the whole business of Westminster politics. For me, stepping outside of that world and kind of stepping into this new world, I really feel the potential to create a different kind of politics. And it's because it starts with place rather than party. because you start with place, you start with what matters to people, and actually you start with something that unifies people from wherever they may be on the political spectrum. And it's many ways the right starting point for building a better politics. And I feel that could create a much more engaged approach to politics. I do feel that people buy in a bit more to some of the things we are doing at Greater Manchester level sometimes than what goes on at the Westminster level, and they see it as a really different counterpoint to what's going on there. So, you know, I kind of reflect on my time in Parliament. I do think the problem with the Westminster system is many problems, but one is it ends up making a fraud out of the people who are in there, because it makes you constantly vote in ways that might not be 100% what you believe, or say things towing the line, you know, is again something that you would be slightly uncomfortable with. The thing about a mayoral role is that you can just really be yourself. You're kind of liberated from all of that. You can put the place first. And I think it's amazing how people respond to that. You know, the public are yearning, I think, for politics that's a bit more based around that approach, and not always the point scoring and the divisions that come with Westminster. So that's my answer to that trust question, Dan. And actually, by working place first, not party first, in the end, you do the party a greater service, I think, because of that place first approach that we adopt. And in terms of the last question, Emma, and the question of devolution in Wales and what can be learned, I would say that Wales and Scotland need to embrace more city or regional devolution, because I think you could argue you get the same top-down effect in both countries. Certainly people in North Wales would feel quite remote from Cardiff, and that creates an alienation then from the political system. But it's definitely true in Scotland, where there's an agenda there to hoover power up to the national level to make the case for independence. So, you know, you have a lot of bodies that should be local or regional becoming national. So Police Scotland, I think, is an obvious example of that, but there are others too. And I just have a strong belief that it's not just the beneficial effect on politics of devolution at a local and regional level. It's actually going to be the right thing to do for the 21st century economy. I do believe strongly that the 21st century economy will be driven more bottom up rather than top down in that sort of old industrial sense of the sort of 1960s and 70s. I think the drive towards decarbonisation and digitalisation will be driven by cities and by regions, and people networking from the bottom up, as somebody was saying before. You know, the modern economy is going to have to be more collaborative, I think, more cooperative, partnering entities big and small. Certainly in the digital sector, the Co-op in Greater Manchester has done huge work building that capability and that networking across the digital sector. So I think, you know, devolution is a sort of precondition to a strong 21st century economy. If you take the climate agenda, Emma, you know, we're not going to meet our goals as a country if everything is done top down, because by definition, Westminster sort of sets the lowest common denominator in legislation. You know, it's the date by which everyone has to have changed to something. Devolution can put the pace into the climate debate. So like us and others have done it too, we've set 2038. And actually that, if you free people up to go faster, it's obviously then going to help the country as a whole meet the overall target. And that's why I kind of feel devolution has got to be in the interests of UK PLC, because it will help us drive and build the new zero carbon digital economy. So really good questions to end on. I hope those answers make some sense to everybody. Pretty much any question you ask me these days, Emma, the answer to it is devolution. And I think you've probably picked that up today.
Yes, thank you. And a huge thank you for the work that you've done as Mayor of Greater Manchester, and being really that advocate for devolution and what a Labour and Co-op mayor can achieve in power. It's been really impressive.
Well, thank you. I think we also know, I can see Jessie Joe on the line as well. And I know, you know, we need to, mayors need to become, you know, more reflective of everybody, don't they, as well? And I think this is why it's so important that we all help Jessie Jo get elected in the Tees Valley next year, because we want, you know, to excite people about the possibility of mayors and how we can ensure that they're fully representative of the whole country. So great to see you, Jessie Jo. We're all going to be fighting with you next year.
Thank you. And you have our full support as well, Andy, next year in those important elections. There's numerous mayoral elections, including your own, and I can't wait till we can get back on the doorstep, hopefully, next year and give you our full support. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Emma, and thanks so much to everybody in the party. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And you've got a sneak peek of who is about to join us on our panel. We've heard two great speeches from Preet, Gill and Andy Burnham. I've got two panelists now who are going to reflect on those, but also share their thoughts about the future for their local economies. You know, this has been a real year. We've heard about the pandemic. The Brexit transition is possibly due to end this year as well. So, you know, how do we look for solutions locally, or actually do we need to broaden our outlook and be more international, something that Preet touched on very well. So I have two great panelists. The first one is Councillor Matthew Brown. He's the leader of Preston City Council and has been the leader since 2018. He's also a senior fellow for the promotion of community wealth building at the Democracy Collaborative. And I've also got Jessie Jo Jacobs, who got that fantastic intro from Andy Burnham. She's our Labour and cooperative candidate for Tees Valley Mayor. And she's the former chief exec and co-founder of A Way Out. I understand she's been the former Sunday Times Social Entrepreneur of the Year, and she's currently director for Food and Drink North East and runs the Tees Online, which is a citizens news platform for the Tees Valley as well. So really interesting background. But I'll hand over first to you, Matthew, if that's all right, with regards to your thoughts.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for being invited one more time. Really lovely to be here and hear all the exciting ideas that are taking place and being discussed today at this event. I just think we've got to reflect on what both Andy and Preet said, especially around how the pandemic has really hit communities and how everything's going to be completely disrupted. Now, that obviously is traumatic, isn't it? It's been a real collective trauma that we've suffered in the last few months under the pandemic, and that has followed austerity as well. So we've got to really try and use this moment now where we've all suffered individually and collectively to build something better back, because, you know, the low-paid workers that have got us through the pandemic, the current economic model, it basically isn't working for them. It tends to work against them, sadly. So we've got to take this opportunity to actually change the system where we're in control anyway and try to build something better. And to do that, you've got to ask questions that potentially we've been ignoring for some time about ownership of the economy. I mean, the banking system, for example, the mainstream banking system, I just think just 8% of the large banks lend to local businesses. If you look at ownership of property or corporate ownership, it's very much concentrated in the hands of the very wealthy. And we're not going to be able to really win back support unless we offer people something that's going to really resonate with their lives and be, you know, at sufficient scale to actually make sure that we win back support in those communities, actually improve those communities. So the community wealth building movement, has really grown in the last few years. So just 10 years ago, nobody was talking about community wealth building. It's now taking place in dozens of cities. You've got Greater Manchester, you've got Merseyside, you've got the Welsh Government, you've got North Ayrshire. They're all on this agenda about how we really try to build resilient and democratic economies. And it's a number of policies. So you've got the living wage strategies, you've got local procurement, you've got using institutions to recruit people who might have lost their jobs from the pandemic. It's looking at worker and employment ownership. It's looking at banking alternatives. It's looking at where you invest the £340 billion of public pension funds. And you put them all together and it's really powerful. So the work in Preston, it's really trying to put all those things together. So these things are especially important, especially when we're exiting the European Union and we're also recovering from this pandemic. We actually really appeal to our communities and try to win back support and actually enrich those communities going forward. And, you know, I think there's a real conversation that we're in power anyway, whether it's with a Metro Mayor, whether it's with a Labour Council. We've got to really try to have more radical ideas that we implement on the ground so we can actually try to win back the red wall seats, because people are potentially falling for the messages around Brexit and other things because they've, you know, the well-paid jobs you might have had back in the 70s and 80s, they've now gone. We've got to find a way of actually reconnecting with those voters and actually, you know, building support there and actually enriching those communities and making sure there's more ownership of the local community within the local economies. But the final thing, just on the international dimension, is the ideas around community wealth building. They didn't come from Preston or Manchester or even Rochdale. I mean, they came from America. It was really the American Rust Belt in Cleveland where, you know, they used to have really well-paid jobs in the 50s and 60s. Those jobs disappeared. So they worked with their anchor institutions, universities and hospitals. They made sure a lot more was bought from local businesses, a lot more people were employed, but also they set up a network of worker-owned businesses, which now employs about 300 people in the most deprived areas linked to what the hospitals and universities bought. If you look at New York City, the Deputy Mayor of New York City, Phil Thompson, he's launched a community wealth building strategy for New York. So you go to the Bronx, and they're talking about employee and worker ownership in the Bronx to actually deal with the, you know, the structural racial inequalities they have there. And then you go to San Francisco, and the governor's saying, well, Wall Street is not leading to any kind of equality for my city. So I'm going to actually look to establish my own bank in San Francisco that can lend to local businesses and the social economy and other things. So that is the internationalism, that you're actually getting that international movement that people are saying, well, for too long, we basically had an economy that basically doesn't work for the vast majority of us, and we've got to do something about it. And that just can't be skirting around at the edges. You've actually got to look at who actually owns the local economy. So Emma, thanks so much for the invite. And I look forward to hearing from Jess, and I also look forward to taking any questions if there's any for me later on. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthew. Always lovely to hear from you and the latest developments in Preston as well. So without further ado, over to you, Jessie.
There we go. How are you doing?
Good, we can hear you now.
You can hear me now, brilliant. Well, I'm really, really pleased to be with you digitally today. And actually what I want to talk about partly is about digital localism. We saw through the COVID crisis that the digitalisation of place was significantly and dramatically increased. We went from meeting in town squares to meeting in Facebook groups to get advice around what was happening, to even start to sell products. And more recently, I've seen the introduction of online farmers markets and online Christmas markets. And there's something that I think we really need to get at the forefront of, because at the same time as communities taking over digital spaces, we also saw the dramatic rise in the use of places like Amazon and subscriptions to Spotify and Netflix, and the implications of when we think about where wealth is created and how it's extracted from place. The work that I think Matthew has pioneered is absolutely fantastic, and that's in somehow that's phase one. That's the kind of the basics of let's create wealth and let's have this agenda about making sure that wealth is created in our localities, in our regions, and that wealth created stays here. And when you map where wealth is being extracted, one of the places, as well as getting our institutions and our anchor institutions to buy local, to support and to support good business and worker-owned business, we also see a mass there's also the consumer trend. It's our everyday citizen, and where does their pound get spent? And through the coronavirus, we saw that pound was being spent with Amazon. And the question is, can we claw it back? Can platform co-ops, can worker co-ops, can business and digital business for good provide an alternative to the Amazons and the Netflix and the Spotifys of this world. Because if they can't, then we'll continue to see more and more mass extraction. The use of these digital platforms will continue. We won't just get taxis from Uber, we will get our hair, our makeup, our plumber, and every transaction that goes through Uber is money that goes to Silicon Valley that doesn't contribute in any significant way to our local economies. These aren't even companies that are employing a local workforce, and they're not paying tax at a local, regional, or even national level with their ability to avoid tax. So, is there an alternative? Well, the good news is there is, and I wanted to share a few things of a different way that local and digital is clawing back. And so a few little ideas to look at. Firstly, just looking about subscriptions. If the average household now spends £550 a year on a subscription to TV and music, which for a population of a million people, that means £500 million is extracted from the local economy. But if you're a musician or you're a producer, a musician gets 0.3 pence for 200, and so that means for 215,000 times it's listened to, which is the price of recording a song, that is how they would only make £600. There is a co-op called Resonate that is trying to create an alternative that is basically a creative-owned music platform where the music will stay in the pocket of the producer and not be taken off to Amazons and Apples of this world. There is Totally Locally, a brilliant organisation that champions buying from independent retailers. They've just launched a digital high street in Calderdale, I think it's Hebden Bridge, where 4,000 products from local independent businesses can now be purchased online, as simple and as easy as purchasing from Amazon. There is Cllr, which is a digital local pound, similar to, if you've heard of the Bristol pound, this is basically a pound that can sit in your phone. And they are just about to move to America and have got big plans to basically, it means that instead of paying for things with your Apple Pay, you can pay with a local pound and you get rewards through buying from a local business. And then finally, a project that I've been involved with is called Local Heroes, which is a lovely project, which is a digital online farmers market. And it means that we can connect the producers that are making products locally with the consumers. And it's a not-for-profit, so all of the money goes back into supporting communities. And if there's any profit left over, that is actually spent on food poverty projects. So 4 ideas of a different way of doing digital localism as an alternative to the extractive Amazons of this world. Finally, if we want to see that on a big scale, we need investment, we need changes in policy at a national level around digital taxation, around there's potential that these platforms could have state stakeholder finance, but that's where we need policies at a national level to drive forward the ability for these things to be competitive with the big players.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to pick up on those examples because Peter has said he's absolutely loved the examples that you've given, Jessie. But how can we communicate these innovative co-ops to our members? And I guess the challenge is to not use Amazon this Christmas. How can we communicate more about these to our members?
So this is where I really think that if we're in leadership, the Labour Party isn't in power nationally, but we're in power locally, and we've got a significant number of local local cooperative and Labour councillors across the country. We've got Labour leaders. We really need to champion these at a local government level. So as well as getting members to use them and the co-op party, making sure that we're really championing this, it needs to be, I guess, in the same way as the Preston model, it needs to be brought in wholesale. It needs to be big. It needs to be this and this. So as a regional mayor, should I win next year, I will really champion that. I will ensure that we talk about it, that we promote it. The current mayor in the Tees Valley spends huge amounts of money promoting flying from our local airport. We could be doing the same by buying from these local cooperatives and these local businesses. So using the power of the state and our local government leaders to champion alternative economies.
Brilliant. And can I bring you in there, Matthew? Because you've been doing this for a number of years and have been supporting co-ops at that community and local level. Any reflections on that?
Yeah, what I would say is it's not very easy, Emma, but it is doable. But if you keep at it for a period and you get a number of institutions and the community behind it, you start winning, to be honest. And in Preston, we've got 3 now. We're looking at a cooperative education centre. We're obviously behind the Northwest Mutual, which will be able to lend to cooperatives as well. And then we're looking at some very innovative stuff with former prisoners and disabled people through reserved contracts. And we're even looking at a worker co-op pub as well. So, it really is being brought to scale. It's how we can actually make sure that economy really does grow and that that actually secures the equality that we want, really. It's not easy, but I think we've got to try and do that. And at least, as I said earlier, these conversations are taking place in many places and many cities abroad as well. So I think not just in the UK, but in many cities and countries in Europe or America, people are thinking, well, we've just got to try something different. And cooperatives are really popular. I think there's 1 million members of cooperatives across the world, to be honest. So it's an institution that people know and they love, whether it's a worker co-op, a consumer co-op, a credit union. And I just think we've got to reinvigorate that sector going forward.
Thank you. We've got a couple of more questions that I'll ask before we wrap up for lunch. But there's an interesting one from Jeff Walker who asks, in a post-pandemic world, as cooperators at a local level, how do we create the social glue for like-minded people to become politically active with others? And Ishar has kind of takes that a step further by saying we need more Jessies. How do we support more women to stand and help them to get selected as well? So Matthew, you're right to pick up those about that sort of how do we get these like-minded people more politically active, and then any thoughts about how we can encourage more women to stand and help them get selected?
Yeah, 2 things. I mean, what we've done within Preston and elsewhere is we're working with community groups. So we got a BME cooperative program to work with community groups to establish cooperatives there. We work with through citizens, so that's a coalition of religious organisations, trade unions, and others. And then you've got the Northwest TUC as well that are getting behind the ideas in Preston. So you put that all together, and there's been living wage campaigns and other campaigns we've done with the unions as well, anti-racism campaigns, and you put that together, and that's where you get your infrastructure, and from that you get political involvement. And for this to be successful, it can't be top down. In Preston, it began top down, that redirected spending, and we've got living wage accreditation and other things, but it's then got to be bottom up once you actually put the infrastructure in place. In terms of women, yes, we need to make sure we get more women involved. What I would say is that we need to change the culture often in Labour groups and also in the party. I do think that there is still a little too much misogyny at times, and I think the culture sometimes is not very positive. And I think that is because it tends to often be male dominated, and I think we've got to really change that culture, make sure we respect each other and get women involved as well. And I think women will want to come into an environment where there's a really friendly, courteous, welcoming environment there. I also think things around flexible working and job shares and other things will help women get involved. So that's my own view on that, to be honest.
Thank you. Jessie?
So I'll start with the women one first, and I do think the Cooperative Party is a great example of bringing people into politics through shared ideas and shared values. I'd love to see us go further and really kind of think about community and social enterprise. I was a social entrepreneur and a leader within the civic society, and actually there's policies and things that I would want to champion through the Labour Party, that if there was some sort of network for people like me, like-minded, it would be a perfect shift into more formal politics. But then there's also a culture that needs to change within the party, that people coming from these different backgrounds, whether that's community activism or cooperative leadership, that they sometimes there's a sense of, oh, these are entryists, you know, it's like, why are you in our party? And it's like, actually the Labour Party will always be a really broad church. We are our best and our strongest when we have multiple ideas and a melting pot of thinking, and so we really need to find ways to welcome those from those different backgrounds, and potentially that means that how party politics operates and CLP meetings needs to be thought about. And yeah, so, and I think the sorry, what was the other question?
It was around the sort of the social glue. So how do we get people who are involved locally in their community and co-ops, how do we get them more politically active?
So I guess that answers the two really then, doesn't it? So getting women involved and getting people from our communities is probably a very similar, it's a culture shift. We need to be embracive of new faces, new ideas, and create things potentially slightly away from CLPs that create those networks for those people.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Matthew and Jessie. We're heading towards lunchtime, so I'm going to have to call time on the questions there. But thank you very much, both of you, for your contributions. They've been absolutely brilliant and give us plenty to think about over the lunch break. And I'd like to thank you, everybody who's watching, for joining us this morning. We've had some really great contributions, and we will now formally close the conference for this morning, and there will be workshops between 1 and 2 p.m. These workshops are for members only, and please check your emails for the links for these workshops, and if you're having any problems getting into them, please email events@party.coop. That's events@party.coop. Our main conference will be back at 3 o'clock, where we'll be joined by the Shadow Chancellor, Anneliese Dodds. So please don't miss out on that. Thank you.
2021 will bring us a huge range of elections across the UK. Parliamentary elections in Scotland and Wales, elections to over 4,000 council seats all over England, Police and Crime Commissioner elections in England and Wales, London Assembly elections, and mayoral elections including London, Manchester, the Tees Valley, West Midlands and West Yorkshire. This is our chance to put our cooperative ideas into action through getting more cooperators elected and using the power of devolved government. Our electoral agreement with the Labour Party goes back over 90 years. It means one candidate can stand for both parties, as a Labour and cooperative candidate. They appear as a joint candidate on their literature and on the ballot paper. It gives people a chance to vote for cooperative thinking from their representatives. Our cooperative ideas have shown their strength during the COVID-19 pandemic. Cooperators have been at the heart of the collective effort to look out for each other, feed those in need, and ensure communities work together. So this election, join our cooperative candidate development programme for advice, support and training on how you can stand as a Labour and cooperative candidate.
Hello friends, welcome back. Welcome back to our conference, Local Leadership and Local Action. I'm Joe Fortune. I'm proud to be your General Secretary. I know that we've had an absolutely fantastic morning this morning, of packed full of cooperation and cooperators. We've had hundreds of cooperative councillors and activists and members involved in the session, the sessions this morning, and I can only point towards the programme for the rest of the day and suggest that it's going to be as good, if not better, than where we've been in the morning. Look, friends, the Local Government Conference is one of my absolute favourite events in the Cooperative Party calendar. It's one, it talks about the opportunity to deliver locally, to deliver for our communities around the country. It's thanks to your efforts that the party is in the place it is. It's the party's ability to reach into communities and provide real-time solutions and real-time action. Thank you for your efforts through this year, of course, and also thank colleagues who have been involved in your work and your journeys within the Co-operative Party and Co-operative movement. Colleagues like Emma Hodden, our local government officer, doing such a marvellous job. I think that our local government work is amongst the most important within the Co-operative Party, and we've got a massive year ahead in 2021. We've got thousands of seats up for grabs, but thousands and more opportunities to really express what cooperation is through the year. I'm really looking forward to being part of that year with yourselves, being part of that journey, making sure that the Co-operative Party is supporting you around the country as much as possible. I see yourselves as some of the most important leaders within the cooperative movement. Cooperative councillors are at the very vanguard of what we're trying to achieve. Outside of all the things I want and need to get across to our councillors, and we'll have the opportunity to do that through the year, I want to turn to another fantastic cooperative movement leader, cooperative party leader. We've got an absolute treat ahead of us in the next period of time, in the next half hour, because we're going to hear from our Shadow Chancellor, the cooperative Shadow Chancellor, Anneliese Dodds. Anneliese is a fantastic advocate for the cooperative movement right across the country and within Parliament, within our movement. We're going to hear from Anneliese, and you've got the opportunities to be asking the questions to Anneliese which follow. So Anneliese, over to yourself. You kick us off, and we'll be taking the questions as we go through. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for being here.
Well, it's such a pleasure to be here with you all today. It really is. I have to say, I was so delighted when I heard this conference initially was going to be taking place in Oxford, my home city. As with so many things in this extraordinary year, it did prove not to be, unfortunately. I'm still speaking to you from Oxford, albeit not in the surroundings I had envisaged, but I am so pleased to hear that despite all the disruption, actually there are hundreds and hundreds of cooperators who are involved in this conference today. It sounds like it's been brilliantly subscribed. I just think that's a real testament to the vibrancy and strength of cooperative values in local government and other parts of our political system. Now, obviously 2020 has been a dark year for all of us. But in that darkness, I'm proud to say we've seen the very best of this country's cooperative values and the very best of local government as well. People right across our country have come together to support one another, delivering change from the bottom up, an approach so central to the cooperative movement. It's what's seen many communities through this crisis. Whether it's been cooperative pubs, delivering food to local elderly people, credit unions, helping families avoid loan sharks, or co-op supermarkets campaigning to end holiday hunger, people have been able to count on the support of our movement when they needed it most. And our local leaders, including our 815 Labour and cooperative councillors, have worked tirelessly to help people in their area pull through this unprecedented crisis. Sadly, too often, that great work has been undermined by this government's shambolic approach to this crisis, an approach that's left us with an appalling double tragedy. The first country in Europe to record over 50,000 deaths from coronavirus, and the worst hit economy in the G7. The British people deserve so much better than that. It's often been those in local government on the front line of this crisis who've been the most badly let down by the centre. We've seen that just over the last couple of days with talk of a freeze on pay for those who've been delivering exactly the services that have kept our communities going, including in local government. Now, Labour and cooperative mayors, including Andy Burnham, who I believe you heard from earlier, saw their demands for transparency and decent business support rejected out of hand by this government. So-called negotiations around the tiered system were nothing of the sort. This was an arbitrary divide and rule approach. And now we're seeing exactly the same when the government is talking about a freeze on pay for public sector workers. At the outset of this crisis, the government promised to do whatever is necessary to support local government, but the reality has been very different. We must hold them to that commitment, especially as we go into the difficult winter months. That means providing certainty as to what system of local restrictions will be in place when we emerge from lockdown. It's extraordinary that the lockdown is due to lift in just 11 days, and we still haven't heard a peep from government as to what comes next. We need clarity about what economic support package will go alongside different types of restrictions. We can't go back to the shambles we had before this lockdown. And of course, we need central government making good on its promises of support when it comes to funding for local government, covering the reimbursement of lost income, as well as the costs incurred because of COVID. It's worth remembering that one of the reasons why our country has been so badly hit by this pandemic, beyond this government's appalling handling of the health and economic impacts, is that years of neglect left us badly prepared for this kind of shock. Whether it was our national stocks of PPE having been allowed to run down, local services already on their knees, or families with little to no savings after years of struggling with the cost of living, at every level, we lacked resilience. We can't allow that to happen again. The encouraging news on vaccines across the world, including right here in Oxford, means we can and must start thinking about what comes next. And that must mean working together to build a better, more secure future for our country, so that we don't go back to the fragility and instability of the way things were. The Chancellor has the opportunity to lay the foundations for that recovery when he delivers his spending review on Wednesday. And I urge him to take that opportunity. There are 3 steps we're calling on government to implement. First, they must focus on recovering jobs. As I mentioned before, we've seen an enormous economic hit during this crisis and record levels of redundancies. The government must accelerate £30 billion of capital spending over the next 18 months, investing it in the high growth and clean technologies of the future, from electric vehicles to offshore wind. What the government has set out so far, including the Prime Minister's largely reheated announcements last week, is nowhere near enough to meet the scale of the challenge, and it falls well behind the ambitious packages of countries like France and Germany. We believe that bringing forward spending now, when it's needed most, could support the creation of 400,000 jobs right across our country. Secondly, workers should be given the ability to retrain. We need an emergency programme that starts straight away to allow those who've already lost their jobs to get the skills they need so they'll be well set for the future. Much of what the government has announced so far is too slow, with their offer for the over 25s not starting until next year. By the point it begins, many people will have been out of work already for a whole year. And third, we're calling on the government to rebuild business. Practically, that means setting out a clear strategy for the next 6 months, so businesses can actually plan for the medium term instead of the week-to-week existence they've had recently. We've also called for a new national investment bank to channel public and private funding to those parts of the economy that will deliver a green recovery. More broadly, we must reset the relationship between government and business, which feels like it's broken down so much over recent years. Government and business should have higher expectations of each other. And you won't be surprised to hear me say, as a cooperative MP, that there's so much to learn from cooperative business when it comes to rebuilding the purposeful, responsible businesses of the future. Steps to recover jobs, retrain workers, and rebuild business. That's what the Chancellor needs to set out on Wednesday, to start the process of building a better, more secure future for all of our country. But it's just the start. And collectively, we have much more to do if we're to establish an economy that's fairer, greener, and more resilient than the one we had at the start of this crisis. I don't pretend to have all the answers on how we achieve that, and I'm keen to work with all of you to develop our thinking further. That's why I'm really excited to take the opportunity now to launch a new piece of work, a partnership between the Cooperative Party and the Shadow Treasury team, so we can understand the impact of COVID on the cooperative sector and how the cooperative movement and its values can help shape our recovery. As a proud cooperative MP, I know we can only hardwire fairness into the economy if we learn from the best of our movement. Over the next 6 months, I'll be meeting and listening to cooperators from every part of the movement, bringing together your collective expertise to help shape our policy thinking. The work of this cooperative recovery partnership will be critical as we develop our offer to ensure that a Labour and cooperative government would deliver a Britain that works for everyone. It will consider how we deliver that vital agenda. We need to build wealth and resilience in all of our communities. We need to promote purposeful, responsible businesses right across our country. And we need to develop cooperative solutions to eradicating many of the awful economic inequalities exposed during this crisis. May of next year is a critical moment in the path towards the Labour and cooperative government that our country needs. Given the postponement of this year's elections, people across our country are going to be voting for nearly 5,000 councillors in England, 40 police and crime commissioners, 7 metro mayors, 5 local authority mayors, the Welsh and Scottish Parliaments, the Mayor of London and the London Assembly. I know we're going to have an incredible field of cooperative candidates for many of these positions and a huge opportunity to show voters that the values and principles that underpin our movement are critical for a fair recovery from the crisis. A strong performance in those elections will be a real demonstration of the power of our movement. It will show that there's real public appetite for ensuring that even as life gets back to normal, we mustn't see a slide back into business as usual. When we know that wasn't working for so many, it will put real pressure on this Conservative government to get a grip and start looking out for the people of this country, all of them. And it will put them on notice that people are tired after more than 10 years of Conservative rule and want things to change. They want hope, and a Labour and cooperative government can offer that. Let's work together, cooperatively, to get there, so we together can make Britain the best place in the world to grow up in and the best place in the world to grow old in. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much for that, Anneliese. I can see that we've had plenty of questions coming through the various chat functions, and I encourage everyone, whether you're watching on the conference hub or you're watching on Facebook, indeed quite possibly on YouTube as well, to make sure that you take this opportunity that we have to try and get your questions through to Anneliese in the period of time that we have ahead of us. But Anneliese, the first one that I will put to you is coming from Nick, and he's talking about the chaotic government response to the pandemic. Something that we've all felt very, very personally over the last 10 months. And he's wondering whether there's an increased case for UBI as a result of the chaos in which we've lived through.
So thanks very much for that question, Nick. I mean, I think this period has really exposed how our social security system is simply not fit for purpose. We pushed very hard as the Labour Party for changes from government. They've made some alterations, for example, to universal credit. So they put the element that covers the cost of housing up to 30% of market rents. It was just at 10%, barely covering anywhere in cities like the one I'm talking to you from. But actually, that doesn't go remotely far enough. We need much more change in that system. We need, for example, to make sure that the housing element actually matches the average cost of housing. We need to get rid of the 2-child limit. We need to switch the initial loan for universal credit to a grant so that people aren't having to wait for 5 weeks to get any support at all. And now some people would describe some elements of that as akin to a UBI, for example, switching that initial loan into a grant, reducing the conditionality. They would say that's got some similarities with a UBI. Others would say that they'd have a much, much grander vision, one where you'd need to package up all social security and then divide it equally amongst all people. The problem with the latter, I see, is that actually people have got very, very widely varying needs. For example, we could think about a single parent with a number of children, maybe who has disabilities. It's simply going to be impossible for them to earn as much as, for example, a single young person without any dependents and without any disability, which might impact on their ability to earn in the labour market. So I believe we do need to keep a link to need in the social security system. Some people would say, well, you could still have that on top of UBI. I think the challenge then becomes, how do we have the means to pay for that? Lots of exciting and interesting innovations that people have put forward. However, very often those putting those suggestions forward would quite like to use that revenue for other purposes as well. For example, providing much more affordable housing, and particularly council housing. So I do think it's challenging in its most full-blown description. I don't think it would work. No one's explained to me how the most full-blown version would work effectively. But if we're talking about having more support available more quickly to people who need it, I think there's a huge amount that can be done, actually a huge amount that can be done very, very quickly in this crisis.
Thanks for that response, Anneliese. And we've got a number of questions coming in from people like Louisa and others who haven't left their names, but focusing in the same sort of area, which is one pertinent to this conference and our cooperative councillors in particular, in terms of local government funding and financing. Clearly, it's been many years now, and indeed even more intense pressure on our colleagues in local government. We've got two of the questions are focusing in and around, is it your view that there'll be more councils forced in towards issuing Section 114 notices? Is there hope at the end of next week in terms of the CSR? Do you think that there's ability for councillors to councils around the country to be able to benefit from any further and future funding from this government? And if not, where do we go from here?
Well, I think the last question is the big one, really, Joe, and thanks very much to people who've submitted questions on this topic. It's a critically important one. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding in this Conservative government about what local authorities do. I think they view them simply as vessels to deliver a small number of public services. They've completely forgotten not only about what's needed to deliver those public services effectively. And, you know, local authorities are extremely efficient organisations. They have to be because of the cuts that they've experienced over recent years. The Conservative government's forgotten, though, that local authorities do so much more. They contribute massively to economic development, hugely. And they've been criticised by this government for engaging in, you know, I don't really like the jargon, but what used to be called place shaping, I suppose. So for engaging in, you know, those attempts to make sure that our high streets are, you know, really great places to go to visit, to make sure that people have got those kinds of shopping centres and local facilities that they need. They've been criticised, local authorities, for making sure that they're provided. And in fact, local authorities, as I mentioned in my speech, they initially were informed that they were promised that they would have their costs backfilled and lost income. We've seen government going back on that promise, actually, and even criticising that income generation, which previously was praised. So am I hopeful for next week with a CSR? I have to say I'm concerned by some of the noises that we've heard, if I'm honest. I think that the, you know, it may just have been kite flying, of course, on the part of the Conservative government, so they can turn around and say, oh no, we were never going to do that. Who knows? But the noises around public sector pay, I think, haven't been helpful. I know that there's already a pay agreement for local government that's been set there. But I think that does indicate a lack of understanding around the delivery of public services, the notion that there should be a pay freeze there, that the quality would continue. It just simply can't in those circumstances. I think, again, practice until now has been concerning. We've seen time and again kind of discretionary additional amounts being provided to local authorities rather than them being given a proper system and a longer term horizon to which they can plan. 1 year is really terrible for local authorities right now. It'll mean many of them have to make cuts, potentially of 10 or 15%, have to lay off large numbers of staff within the year. And that's at a time when, as I mentioned before, we're facing an enormous jobs crisis and we've had record levels of redundancy. So I'll certainly be pushing government very hard, continuing to do that, say they've got to meet their promises to local authorities. Otherwise, our communities will suffer even more. That will be the implication of failing to give local authorities that decent funding settlement that they need.
Great, thanks for that. I've got a number of questions sort of centering in and around something I think was published maybe a couple of weeks ago, between yourself and Miliband on the green recovery. I've got Sakina coming through within the questions, talking about how excited she is by the vision that you've outlined already today, but also asking about what sort of the green aspects of that recovery look like. I know that you've started to expand on that a couple of weeks ago, and indeed Bob asking what sort of cooperative dimensions may be part of that green recovery as well. So over to you on those two.
Yeah, thanks very much, Joe. So Sakina, I'm really pleased that you liked the report. It is just the start. So it's the first report that we've produced out of the Green Recovery consultation that we undertook a few months ago. There will be more work coming out of that consultation. I'm very aware that a lot of it was focused on particularly capital investment. There's many, many other areas, of course, that are critically important. The energy system, how that's run in the future, of course, is absolutely critical. Still awaiting that energy white paper from government. I think it's particularly important that actually the kind of community and cooperative energy that we've seen, well, with so much potential in the UK, but without the support that it needs and often held back by the regulatory system rather than enabled by it, that's got to be at the heart of any future energy strategy. So there is more to come out of that work. I think the first thing that we're really demanding government does is to have much more ambition around this agenda. You know, we had yet again last week, just as he did before the summer, the Prime Minister suggesting that he was trumpeting some kind of a green revolution. Actually, you look at what is within his calls, and it's well behind what France and Germany, for example, are investing in. That's simply not good enough. We're seeing that a large proportion of investment needs to be brought forward. We need to be delivering it over the next 18 months. If we do that in areas like retrofitting, for example, not only will that have a really positive impact on lots of people living in fuel poverty, it can be delivered right across the country. It can employ large numbers of people in relatively short order and start to deal with some of the unemployment crisis that we're seeing across our communities. So a lot to be done, and those cooperative values are going to be absolutely fundamental. I think they're really exciting examples of the cooperative movement being involved in environmental activism across the country, not just in relation to dealing with the climate crisis, but also in relation to nature preservation and biodiversity, environmental management. I think there's much more that we need to do. I know that Luke Pollard is really keen to work on that. Of course, another cooperator who's within the shadow cabinet. So more to come on that.
Right. Thanks for that. Absolutely. Obviously, underline and fully support that idea that community energy has been stifled. It has been almost choked off at a time when it was taken off, and any action and change to reverse that would be to everyone's benefit. Absolutely agree with that. We go for a feature of every day for you, but we've got a range of different questions on a completely different topic, but again something which has been in the news and something which people are feeling around the country. And it's about students. It's about students going to university, being locked in, paying the fees, paying the tuition fees. Just some reflections of where we find ourselves there. It comes in from Jacqueline on this one. You know, is there more we should be doing for them to support them at this time, given what they are putting in?
Absolutely, and thanks for that question, Jacqueline. It's something that we're really concerned about. We've met a number of times together. We have a shadow Cabinet subcommittee focused on the challenges of coronavirus. Of course, everybody's focused on those challenges, but particularly trying to develop a strategic approach. We've been working very closely with Kate Green, our Shadow Secretary of State for Education, on this. We're really concerned about student welfare actually during this period. I think a lot of students have found this period very, very difficult. Obviously, many students, I think there's this kind of image from government of the typical student. They forget about the fact that lots and lots of students live at home. Lots and lots of students actually normally earn during term time. They're not able to do that when hospitality, for example, is closed. So many of them are in a very, very difficult position indeed. We've been consistently saying to government, it's got to have a clear plan around this. We had a meeting with some vice-chancellors a few days ago, and they were all saying to us, they've worked really hard. The students, overwhelmingly, I think, I really take my hat off to them. My own city of Oxford, they've, in the vast majority of cases, they've been doing the right thing. They've been working really hard to maintain any outbreaks just within the student body, following the rules, supporting each other. A real display actually of those cooperative values often amongst different groups of students. It's been really, really impressive. They've been doing the right thing, but those vice-chancellors were saying to us, they don't even know from government whether their vision is for the university students to be going back to any form of face-to-face teaching after the new year or not. They have literally no idea around whether that's going to take place. That kind of uncertainty is making the kind of natural uncertainty from coronavirus even worse. It's amplifying it, it's creating more chaos and more disturbance at a time when that's the last thing that we need, frankly. So, Jacqueline, I think you're absolutely right to put that student experience and their welfare really at the heart of our response to this challenge.
Thanks. Regrettably, we're running out of minutes, and many more questions than I'm going to be able to fit in within the time that we've got allotted today. But I know, Anneliese, that you'll be back working with the Co-op Party on these calls, making sure that we have further opportunity to discuss with you. But one last one potentially, and it's in terms of some of the things that you've been speaking about within your speech, which is pressure on jobs, pressure on businesses potentially going bust, where we're up to in terms of the pandemic. And one of the things that has been raised within the chat is a cooperative idea in and around keeping businesses going, which is learning from abroad, the Cllr law. Is there any scope for that extension of right to ownership, right to own here in the UK?
Yes, we've really been encouraging government to look at these kinds of models very carefully. Also, and it's interesting, some of this thinking is coming from not necessarily naturally radical places. So, City UK, for example, putting forward a particular model around recapitalisation to help small businesses with debts that they might have accrued. We really think there needs to be a much more creative approach to this. I mean, so far, central government has said that it will be seeking to kind of lengthen repayment terms, for example, for businesses when they've taken on debts, if that's through the bounce back loans or the CBIL scheme and so forth. But ultimately, if that debt is still hanging over a business, particularly a small business, then actually it's going to be really hard for them to invest at the very time that we're going to need them to be doing that to build those new jobs again that we so desperately need. So we need a much more creative approach to this. And that's what we've described as, really focusing on rebuilding business. We think that's going to be so important in future months.
That's fantastic. Look, we are perilously in danger of ticking into half past. I don't think it's fair to, whilst a fantastic question from Charlie talking about the Constitutional Convention, I fear that 15 seconds may not be quite enough for us to cover that in the detail necessary. But as I say, I know that we'll have further opportunities into the future to talk about some of these critical and important issues. It's beholden upon me to thank you for your time. Thank you for the most powerful contribution to start up our conference this afternoon. We're incredibly proud of you. We're incredibly thankful for yourself to be a leader of the cooperative movement at this time across the country, a vital role that you play and a vision that you've been articulating right from the start, Anneliese. So thank you very much for that. And also from a cooperative party point of view, we're absolutely up for the challenge and enthusiastic about the announcement that you've made in terms of the Cooperative Recovery Partnership. We look forward to that. We look forward to getting the cooperative movement movement involved in that work over the coming time, and I can't wait to see where we land in terms of the results and the reports in the future. But thank you very much, Anneliese, and best of luck. Okay. Thank you. Right, it's over to myself to hand over to our next panel. It's a fantastic panel which will be chaired by Councillor Alice Perry. Action, not words, taking action on diversity. I'm looking forward to listening in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joe. So yeah, we've got a fantastic panel speaking about this today. So welcome to the session, Action Not Words, How We Can Take Action on Diversity. And we have a really fantastic panel talking across the broad range of topics in this, and we'll have lots of time for a Q&A as well at the end. So I'm going to pass straight on to Gary Stannett, CEO of the Rio Ferdinand Foundation. The Rio Ferdinand Foundation works in the heart of deprived communities of young people on a range of innovative and exciting programmes. It's currently working in partnership with the Co-op Group to deliver Youth Voices, a programme for young people aged 14 to 24 from across Greater Manchester and the UK. So Gary, over to you.
Thanks, Alice. Yeah, hello everyone. I hope you're enjoying your conference, even though we're doing it via Zoom. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. As Alice has said, I'm the CEO for the Rio Ferdinand Foundation, and I thought maybe just to set the scene, I'll give you a little background. The charity itself was set up approximately 10 years ago now by Rio. And really the big thing for Rio and the trustees initially was to try and change the narrative around young people. At the time, a huge amount of the press and just generally the way that policy was going at the time tended to look at young people through the lens of being potentially young criminals. It was all around crime and gangs. And obviously Rio's background growing up in Peckham and the people that were around the foundation were very much aware of the fact that young people, regardless of their background, actually have a huge amount of talent, they have a huge amount of ambition. What they actually lack is opportunities and support and pathways to be able to achieve. So that's very much the Rio Ferdinand Foundation approach. It's all about creating opportunities for young people to achieve their potential in life. And contrary to a common misconception, it isn't just about football. We do quite a lot of work. We do use sport, but we do a lot of work through arts, digital industries, creative industries. We work with partners across a range of different youth and community disciplines to make sure we give as much sort of holistic support to the young people we work with as we possibly can. Just a couple of things to sort of maybe flag about the way we work, so I think it fits in. We are about inclusivity. We are about making sure that we reach those young people who are maybe sort of disengaged with mainstream services, with mainstream pathways. So our work very much is around taking our services into the heart of those communities. We don't look for young people to go to us. We go into their neighbourhoods, we go into their estates, and we work with them using local facilities. And really what we try and do using our youth workers is give those young people a safe space to talk and build relationships, give them an opportunity to pursue their interests, and then ultimately to really sort of try and take on leadership roles within their own community. So probably would be best, I thought, to just share a film that we have from some of the young people we've worked with in Salford, because I think that they can probably bring this to life more than I can myself. So I'll just share this short video if we can play it, and then I'll just pick up on the work we're doing with the co-op afterwards. Thanks.
So at the beginning of their journey with us, young people are going through lots of different things. They're all at different stages and have different needs.
Before being involved with the RFF, I was very shy and reserved. I didn't really like talking to anyone.
I fell out of college and I became a young carer. My tutor said to me that if I fell out of college and didn't go to uni, that I could say no to a dance career because I wouldn't be able to teach or anything like that because I wouldn't have any qualifications.
I was shy and thought negatively about life.
I had quite a lack of motivation. I didn't really know what I wanted to do.
confused about what path to take or what road to take to achieve what I want to achieve.
I was really scared of putting my opinions across to people.
I just finished college. My college course came to an end. I was doing childcare, and I didn't get kept on the course because it went on to level 2, but I didn't quite pass my level 1.
Kind of introverted, so I wouldn't go out and do spontaneous things.
Our job is about building up young people's ambitions, resilience, getting them to set individual goals, inspiring them to explore their passions and recognising what their strengths are. So one of our young leaders, Bushra, has been working with us for 2 years now. We've organised lots of training and mentoring opportunities for her. She's got an incredible amount of energy.
Bushra Gajam is going on a great journey, man. I've done the Speak Up Challenge, a public speaking course, which basically prepares you for TED Talks, conferences and stuff like that, which is really important for myself because I want to become a presenter. I started my YouTube channel the end of 2017. I got a lot of support in terms of equipment, assistance from yourself.
John was our very first ever young leader, and he just loved to dance. So we helped John to plan his first dance class.
I've become part of the youth leadership programme, and I was one of the first, so I've done many projects with Rio Foundation.
So John is one of our casual sports coaches. He initially came to Salford Community Leisure as a volunteer and worked his way up to a casual sports coach, so he does a number of sessions with us. In fact, he's now a qualified dance teacher through the dance team.
Some young people on the programme have chosen to explore more emotional and personal experiences, and I think that the beauty of inspiring youth leaders is that it allows young people to be really heard, to have time to reflect on difficult experiences and respond to them in a really empowering way.
Oh, felt so good. Just getting it out there, because of my family as well. Just telling them how I felt through my life. I feel like in her project, that was a way of realising that I'm gonna cry.
These are happy tears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know why I'm crying. She's always been the one to be like, we can do this, we can move on, we don't have to dwell on the past. And just being involved in that and seeing her being able to share that and being more confident in herself and the story that we've been through just makes me proud. It gives me closure about the past and moved on life.
Some of our young leaders have gone on to work together to shape and deliver a variety of different themed workshops for other children and young people. So they've looked at supporting children transitioning from primary to secondary and giving them some amazing top tips using the creative arts. They've looked at female body confidence using sports and having difficult conversations around emotional health and well-being using drama. They all fed back confidence, communication and resilience. So they clearly learnt something from you guys today. So the whole purpose of today was actually accomplished by your delivery and the plans that you put forward. We're so proud of all the young people that have taken part in this programme, and it's been wonderful to see how much they've grown and changed throughout the 3 years.
I think my confidence has grown from when I first started with you to now.
I've been involved in voluntary work and I've been able to put that on my CV, which has also helped me looking for jobs.
I feel more confident and more myself instead of trying to be enclosed and isolated from everyone. Now I feel like I can speak in front of people I don't know and believing in myself.
I'd have been a bit lost. I think I'd just been a normal job now, doing something I didn't hate.
It's just helped me open doors into things that I never thought I'd really like doing, such as arts or media, stuff like that.
I go and support kids on their own projects now. I used to get help off Victoria on mine. I now support them in completing their own projects. So that's really nice to have experience to be able to do that and help them like I got helped by the foundation.
And thanks. Hopefully that film will have sort of brought to life some of the work that we do. and the kind of impact we can have with young people when we give them opportunities and we give them support and we give them pathways to achieve. To bring it all back to the co-op, since August of this year, we've been working on the Hope 2020 campaign, which is a campaign in memory of Damilola Taylor, whereby the campaign itself is again to try and change the narrative and create a legacy for Damilola that isn't based around crime and knife crime, which is where the media tend to go whenever the anniversary comes up. So this year we've been running the Hope 2020 campaign, which will deliver a youth-led programme on the 7th of December as a Day of Hope, which would be Damilola's birthday, where young people will have their say around the issues that affect them and the solutions and the way forward through their eyes. So hopefully some of you guys will actually join us and watch that. That would be fantastic. Through the Hope 2020 campaign, we got to introduce to the co-op, and we obviously share an awful lot of values, supporting young people, supporting those young people in disadvantage, building communities by getting people to work together, trying to create positive outcomes through the power of people working together. And through that, we've piloted a program called Youth Voices. The Youth Voices itself partly is a bit of a response to the issues that we are seeing emerging in communities through COVID. We've talked around the unemployment and some of the poverty issues, and Anneliese spoke about them very well in the last session, so I won't go over those. But young people themselves, I think, are also having a huge amount of issues, as are probably other people, but we're seeing it manifesting itself in young people around anxiety, real sort of concern around what their future holds, their employment prospects. And on top of that, they've seen their education and their social networks disrupted massively. So there is a real sort of sense that young people are suffering with their mental health and well-being. The Youth Voices programme that we're working with the co-op really provides a safe space for young people to talk around that, and we've brought in counsellors to really support young people around building their resilience and building their hopes. We have also been delivering training for young people to build skills and provide a platform for them to have their say and to really sort of put forward what their thoughts are for the future. And we've been doing this through video, through blogs, through music, and all of those films and those pieces of work will be showcased on the 7th. So it's going to be very much a youth-led day with the Co-op Youth Voices programme heavily involved in that. The programme itself, Youth Voices, is a very sort of very much focused on young people that are living in areas of disadvantage. So we are working in Manchester and London, as Alice said earlier. But because of COVID, we've also done a huge amount of digital workshops and digital support for young people, and works with a range of community organisations across the United Kingdom. So we've had some fantastic input from refugee groups in Belfast, through young people in Glasgow, right the way through to the southwest and Exeter. So very much a national programme working through digital. And we see this as a bit of a pilot. We're going to take the learning from all of that sort of work that young people put forward, plus the evaluation, and we will be feeding that into what will hopefully be a long-term programme working alongside the co-op that will support young people not only to find their voice, but to build the skills, build the networks, and to work with other people to try and achieve their potential, whether that be through education, training, employment, and rebuilding their communities post-COVID. So apologies I didn't have more time, but I hope that works for everybody. And at this point, I'll hand over to Paul Gerard from the Co-op, who's been instrumental in helping us build the programme.
Thanks. Thanks, Gary. And as Gary said, I'm Paul Gerard. I'm Campaigns and Public Affairs Director at the Co-op Group. I'm not sure there's much for me to add to what Gary said, and in particular what that film showed, because I think the film was really powerful, showing the difference, the kind of programmes that the Rio Ferdinand Foundation run have for young people, building confidence, building ambition. But I guess what I thought I would do is just say a few words about how we got to this point. And we got to this point because about 18 months ago, I had the absolute honour of hosting Richard Taylor, who, as Gary said, is Damilola Taylor's father. Damilola Taylor was murdered on the 27th of November 2000 in a stairwell in Peckham. And Richard was in Manchester to attend our AGM. when we launched a partnership with the Demola Taylor Trust. And Richard is, and Gary knows Richard much better than me, but Richard is a remarkable, remarkable man. And it is his undimmed and unstinting faith in the potential of human beings, and in particular the potential of young people, that is so inspiring. When he took to the stage at our AGM in front of 1,000 people in the room and several thousand online, he was inspirational to everyone in that room. The partnership that we have with the Daniel Taylor Trust focused very much on career skills and development, and it involved some funding, absolutely, but it also involved our colleagues in London supporting the young people who were on that programme. And the insights I took from that programme won't be remarkably original, but they are worth just recording. I think the first thing that really struck me speaking to the young people on that programme was sometimes the lack of role models that they have, and also the way that their environment sometimes can really try and beat down their ambition and their aspiration. It doesn't destroy it, but it can beat it down. The second thing is the absolute talent, energy that those young people had. They, you know, whatever they'd taken, whatever hits they'd taken over their young lives that day, they were clear what they wanted to do. They just needed a bit of help. And that was the third thing, and that was the real cooperative thing. You see, it wasn't about us doing anything for them. It was just giving them the opportunity. Self-help, self-responsibility, absolutely. And just standing in solidarity with them and giving them the support that we could give because we happen to have those assets. The results of that programme were remarkable. I think there was something like 25 kids on that programme, young people, and a significant number got jobs as a result of it. They had the confidence, they had the skills, they had the knowledge of how to enter the job market and get a role. Several now work for the Co-op group, and indeed one's already been promoted, I believe. And the other thing I think I learned from that is that up till that point, certainly my involvement as campaigns public affairs director at the Co-op had been with relatively large charities and delivery agencies. It's been with people like the British Red Cross or with Mind, and they are wonderful, and there's an absolute place for them. But there's also a place for working for big businesses like the Co-op, big cooperative businesses like the Co-op, working more closely with those who are delivering on the ground. And if you want to reach some of those young people who have got the biggest challenges to meet, then actually supporting those smaller organisations, however difficult that can be, actually smaller organisations that are closer to them are more effective. It was a real point of pride actually when Richard and the Hope 2020 Collective asked the Co-op to join that Hope 2020 Collective, to join people like Gary and the Rio Ferdinand Foundation, Daniel Taylor Trust, Safer London. Because I think what that said to us is that the values that we espouse are actually the values that very often we live out, and those are the values that resonated with the Hope 2020 Collective, which, as Gary said, is now a national campaign, particularly post-COVID, to give young people and the communities a way to build back in a more inclusive and constructive way. And I think the Youth Voices programme is a great example of that, because it is about helping young people have their voice, have their say, and articulate what they need. And they don't need it handed to them, they just need the support that will help them achieve their ambitions. And for me, you know, that idea of, and that ability that we have to help empower them and give them a voice is what we're really looking to do. And of course, I'm sure Anneliese will have mentioned this in her previous session, just caught the end of it. Young people are going to have been and will be hit hardest by COVID in terms of the economic prospects. Youth unemployment is doubled at the last count and will go higher. The kind of industries that are particularly hard hit are those that have a high proportion of young people. So actually we've got to think very hard about how we support young people and how we allow them to have the opportunities to achieve their ambitions and meet their aspirations. I think by working with the Rio Ferdinand Foundation in particular and Youth Voices, and hopefully carrying that on into next year, I think absolutely we will be able to play our part there, but play it in a very cooperative way, remembering the values of solidarity, self-help, self-responsibility, and giving those young people the opportunity to be the best that they can be. That's about all I was going to say. Alice?
Thank you very much, Paul. So we have a really nice comment from Councillor Louise Baldock, who says, a wonderful programme, thank you for sharing. and it emphasises the value of youth work. It's criminal how much has been lost through austerity. I think we all completely agree with you there, Louise. So now I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who's Councillor Arooj Shah. She's the Deputy Leader of Oldham Council and the Cabinet Member for COVID Recovery. And as far as we know, she's the first COVID recovery portfolio holder in the country as well. So always blazing a trail, Arooj. And she's also a member of the GMB Regional Equalities Forum. So over to you.
Thanks, Alice, and thank you to the Co-operative Party for the opportunity to speak today. So my name is Councillor Arooj Shah, Deputy Leader of Oldham Council, and I think equality and inclusion is so important and personal to me, because when I started off in politics, I thought my only challenge was going to be being a young Asian female in a domain that seemed to be predominantly men, would be my own community who had an issue with, who were very quick to judge and shame women who don't act in a particular way. I thought that would be the only challenge that I was going to have. But unfortunately, it wasn't. I think once I got elected, I realised that there's so much that we need to do in this country to increase and add value to diversity and inequality in all our organisations and institutions. So this is something that I'm really passionate about, so delighted to be able to speak about it today. And Alice mentioned that I'm the member for COVID and have responsibility for COVID. And whilst that doesn't discriminate, its impacts are felt much harder among some of our communities because of underlying health and social inequalities. My own community here in Oldham and Glodwick has seen some of the highest COVID rates in the country. And this disproportionate impact is because my neighbours, my family, my friends, predominantly in the Pakistani and Bangladeshi communities that live in the central areas of Oldham are more likely to work in higher risk jobs in care, transport, retail or hospitality. They're also more likely to live in more crowded conditions and be less able to self-isolate effectively and keep a roof over their heads. They've been hit so much harder by the financial impacts of this virus, with many being furloughed and being made redundant or unable to maintain their self-employed incomes. To be frank, because the national response to this pandemic has been so divisive, we're punishing economic lockdowns for those areas that are facing the highest rates. Racism and division has been allowed to flourish, and blame has been placed at the door of those communities suffering the most. The feeling that they must be doing something wrong, that they're not following the rules played out on social media sites, has been really, really disturbing. And the impact that we've seen in our schools and in the public spaces throughout Oldham has been devastating. Some in our communities have faced adversity and allowed themselves to be divided from their neighbours, to believe that the virus won't affect and doesn't affect them. That is other people, mainly Pakistani, Bangladeshi students and the poor people and the Northerners who are the problem. Their behaviours cause a pandemic. We have to do something to shift this negative narrative and the blame and punishment if we're going to avoid being a more divided society after this pandemic than before it. But what will underline division is a shared sense of community. And this is why I am such a big fan and love the cooperative movement so much, that this town, to make people feel like this town is everyone's equally, that we will all have to look after it and each other together. So many people in Oldham already understand that inclusivity, representation is so important. Our elected leaders need to reflect our population, the people who manage our services and lead local businesses, large and small. Educate our children need to reflect the diversity of our town. And it's the same at a national level. How many of our political leaders understand from first-hand experience the additional barriers that growing up poor provides, that growing up poor or Black provides, or that growing up poor Black and female provides? The representation really does matter. My own experience, having been somebody who has always had a voice, always felt like I had the right to be listened to. Back in 2012, my brother got in trouble with the police and found himself with a custodial sentence. And I think that is when I first realised that actually when you ask for diversity and equality and inclusivity, it can't just be that people just think it's a tick box and you've got brown or Black people in a room making decisions. If you don't understand the upbringing and the background of those people, it becomes really problematic. And I faced that firsthand. Nobody understood that me carrying on and continuing to support my brother was the fact that he's my blood and he's my brother, and that's what I believe, and that's what my politics are about, rehabilitation and supporting people. In fact, I was put under increased pressure to stand down because her brother's been to prison. And actually, having that kind of experience made me realise that there's a massive issue in this country, because that they were the actions of my brother, not me. I should have been seen and viewed in my own right, and that wasn't the experience that I had. So I really felt strongly, and even more stronger, about making sure that diversity is something that we are absolutely aware of, and it's not just a tick box exercise. So when I became deputy leader, I made sure we redrafted our equality strategy so that it's more ambitious, more challenging, but we're doing more than that. We're rewriting the overarching strategy for the borough to have equality at its heart and performance measures to reflect our equality commitments. So we don't just measure ourselves by our overall employment rate, but by the employment rate for those groups that are most likely to be unemployed, for those that are less likely to be employed in senior roles, or for those that are below our ambition, then we aren't doing enough to drive equality or to challenge ourselves for others. And I'm not saying that's enough or that will resolve it. Obviously, it's genuinely not. We have to constantly review and challenge our approaches, our policies, and our processes to make sure that we're supporting everyone equally. And I think something that I really welcomed was the fact that the Black Lives Matter movement, in some ways, it felt like in recent months, there's been slow but real progress regarding diversity. And I'd say whilst the nature of the debate that surrounded Black Lives Matter has sometimes been really far from productive, it has seemed like, to some extent at least, that there's a growing consciousness, I think, within the country as a multicultural, diverse country with a multicultural and diverse history that needs to be better understood, challenged and responded to. And I do accept and understand that there's a long distance between rhetoric and action. Actually, in many cases, we have at least seen large organisations and I think businesses that have really felt that pressure and the need to engage in the debate and demonstrate their diverse credentials. It's nowhere near enough, but perhaps the beginning of a step in the right direction. But at the same time, I think I do worry that we may have taken some steps backwards that have been largely unseen. So we've seen that the world through COVID has been changing so rapidly, and decisions have been needed to be taken so quickly. And there's a danger that we're not taking communities with us when we do that. I think too often in recent months, decisions have been made in Whitehall, seemingly without any consideration of how it affects residents. And I think the most stark example of that was the imposition of lockdown restrictions in Greater Manchester in July, which was announced by Matt Hancock on Twitter the night before Eid. And Eid is when Muslim families had already done all their shopping and preparation for a celebration where families, similarly to Christmas, visit one another and eat together. And often we travelled across the country to be with family. And so most people that night went to sleep thinking that they were going to celebrate Eid, but potentially woke up the next day breaking the law. And the comparison with the current debate about potentially removing restrictions for a few days at Christmas is really clear. So as a local council, I think it's my job to be that link between communities and the council. I'm the person who's supposed to represent the people of my area when decisions are being made, and who speaks to people every day to understand their challenges. But for the council or the government to make really good decisions, having a diverse set of representatives who have a deep lived understanding of their residents is absolutely vital. I think as a society, it feels like when the pressure is on, we quickly put diversity on the shelf and revert to decisions being made by middle class, predominantly middle-aged white men, and that link to communities and the value that a diversity of voices can bring is sacrificed in place of like maybe the loudest voice in the room. And it's obvious in the decision making from central government, but locally we have so many challenges too, because valuing diversity isn't just about getting the right coloured faces in the room. So I think when people look at me, they don't just think, oh, we've got a brown woman who's a deputy leader. I think people, especially from my own community, think that I will have an understanding of my upbringing, our background, our communities, and I bring that decision making. I bring that with me when I'm making decisions so that they can benefit. And I think one of the speakers earlier talked about opportunities and areas like this, where I live, which is one of the poorest places in the country. Inevitably, that means that some of the people I grew up with made some really, really bad choices. I received really strong criticism and even calls to stand down, like I said earlier, because I know people who have committed crimes. But you know what? The more I think about it, and the more I progress professionally, if you'd grown up where I did, you probably know them people too. And I'm completely convinced that that makes me a better councillor, because I understand how chaotic people's lives can be, how bad choices happen, and like somebody said, the lack of opportunities, but also what we need to do about it. So we have to lay the foundations and put in the decision-making processes that include those voices and that can adapt to varying needs, so that we don't just fall back to the middle class, middle-aged white men in difficult moments scenario. And if we fail to ensure our councillors represent our communities, both in terms of being elected and being able to influence decisions, we'll end up making really bad decisions, and the number of bad decisions we've seen in recent months really does speak for itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aruj. So next we have Dawn Dublin, who is Director of Unveiled, a change management company in Hastings that runs a number of initiatives that work towards a world of greater diversity, equality and inclusion by breaking down barriers and giving a voice to the many. So Dawn, over to you.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and thank you to Emma and the Co-operative Party for this opportunity to speak today. Unveiled is a pretty new company. We only formed last year, but we sort of reformed a previous company and trying to understand how to better approach this idea of community wealth building. We are a change management company and also a creative placemaking company. So we use creative practices to remove barriers to participation, the sort of things that create marginalization. And we also try and create this sort of bottom-up approach to value creation in everything we do. It was really interesting what Aruj was saying, because we are a team of people with lived experiences, and we value that more highly than what's on your CV. Who you are and what you've been through in your experiences are much more important to us than what's on that bit of paper. So part of the work we do, as I said, with being a change management company, we kind of, on that side, we have a sort of two-pronged approach. We speak to businesses and funding bodies and organizations, and we try and get the people who have the power and the authority to power share, to see the value of the people who would generate the bottom rung, really, who are the ones who are doing all of the work, but who don't have a voice quite often in the running of their organization and their business. So we try and sort of act as a bridge between those two sectors to try and create more. It's a value creation practice. But we also, as I said, with the creative placemaking, we repurpose empty buildings. So anything that's sort of unloved and has been empty or abandoned for a while, we will try and work to negotiate to take over those spaces, to provide opportunities for people in communities who are often the ones who are, in communities that are underserved, and there are all these different terms for these people, but basically they're the people who aren't seen. And we try to create opportunities in those spaces using the creative arts and cultural education to create enterprise opportunities, education opportunities. We are, the biggest project that we have to date was in taking over a 7-story former newspaper building in Hastings called the Observer Building, which had been empty for 30 years. And generally myself, and at the time my business partner, had tried for 2.5 years to take on some of these spaces, and we were lucky enough to get that space. That building is still open now. It's in community ownership. We ran successfully a series of different community-based events for 6 months, for a building that hadn't been open for 30 years. In the first 6 months of our operation, we had more than 10,000 people come in. We had more than, we supported more than 1,000 different creatives, educators, community groups were able to come in there and have a space, have a voice to show who they could be, who they are. And quite often what happens is that there are so many people who are ignored until, like now, there's a disaster and people come together and there's this collective power, and we start to see the people who we should see, who have been there all the time, who help, but we sort of refer to them as volunteers, and they're doing a nice thing, but we don't see value in them, and we want to show value in those people. So we, as I said, we're just people with lived experiences, we're ordinary people, and we try to show other ordinary people what we can do if we come together, if we unite, if we work together, how we can change, even in our local spaces, how we can create these ripples of change. So, as I said, we're working now with this understanding of collective power, and the cooperative movement as a party is new to me. I didn't know that it existed at the beginning of this year. And then I found it, and it was like the eureka moment that, you know, you were saying everything that I believed in, and which was brilliant. And so we are really now working to have set up an employee ownership scheme. We want to put our money where our mouth is and show that actually for real community wealth, building something that's tangible and creating more resilient communities, that we want to show value in our staff. So we're in the process now of understanding how to set that up and working on that. And again, it's a bit of a minefield with all of these different organizational structures. But, you know, for us, it's really important to embed all of that in and show the people who are working for us that we really do value who they are. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So a really inspiring selection of speakers today. We're now going to take some questions that have come in. The first two questions are very similar, and they're, I'll put these to Aruj and Dawn. So the first question is, today is Ask Her to Stand Day. How can we get more women, especially BAME women, into politics? And that we could spend a whole hour on that, but that's a really good question. I'd love to hear both of your takes on that. And Mina's also asked a similar question. How can we encourage more people from BAME communities to stand as candidates? So please, Dawn and then Aruj, love to hear from you.
Well, I think we definitely do believe that there should be more women in politics, and we're trying to do it. Women and young people, we want more diversity. The frustration for me is that, especially where I live, it feels like an old boys network. And there are those barriers, you know, how do you get past these same, as Aruj mentioned before, these same people who've been on these same boards in these same positions and don't want to relinquish that power. And, you know, you kind of, they say you have to choose your battles. And so for me, the battle has not been to try and take on the sort of political system so much, because I'm working to empower these communities and take on, you know, tackle this sort of different inequities elsewhere. But we're slowly getting into that. I've just joined the board of what we have is there's a town deal where the government has given money to certain towns around the country, and I'm on that board. But I'm very frustrated by that board. I think there's a lot of talking and not doing, and I'm a person that does things. I need to see the people on the ground who, as Aruj mentioned before, you know, when you mention these terms like equality and diversity and inclusion, they're at the core of who I am. They are not a tick box. And it's really frustrating sitting in front of people who talk a good talk, but have the money, but aren't actually doing anything. They aren't implementing anything that helps the people who need it. And so for me, it's a bit of a frustration that I would love to see more women standing, and we're supporting women who are standing here in terms of the Labour Party. But it's that frustration. We need to create so that it's more visible, these inclusive spaces. And if they're not there, then a lot of women are just gonna be like, well, we've been here before, we know what it's like, the struggle is like, and then they don't have the time sometimes for that kind of fight. So I think we do need to get more diversity in these boards, but yeah, that's the frustration really, I think, on the ground.
Excellent. And Aruj?
I think what I said earlier, Alice, I think it's so important to understand people's lifestyles, upbringing, backgrounds, cultures. There's so much more we need to do. So for example, I think it takes a certain type of person to get involved in politics, but I think as women, we have to work so much harder to prove ourselves, and that really needs to change. And that's been a really old, well-rehearsed argument, but actually it doesn't land, because our experiences to get selected and elected aren't any easier. And that's the reflection of when things will actually change. But I think we just need to do a lot more to understand each other. And actually we need to stop listening, especially within, so from my experience, my fundamental challenge was that Asian men within the Labour Party had made themselves and were self-proclaimed kings, but the National Labour Party didn't really challenge that narrative as much as they should have done, which meant that women had a lot of frustrations. A lot of them gave up, or encouraged people to stand. Actually make their support net so that they don't feel isolated.
Aruj, we're having a little bit of trouble with your internet. Do you want to just start that again? Because I know that this is something you're so passionate about. So you were talking about the challenges you face from Asian men in the community.
Yeah. So I think people expect you to behave in a certain particular way, and if you're not that way, it becomes really challenging for you. So I think, especially in my own experience, so in Oldham, the caste system has a massive impact. So if you're from a caste which is a majority caste, then you've got a good looking, so you could be a donkey from that caste and get elected. But unfortunately, because I was from a minority caste, Asian men didn't really accept me or make my journey easy for me. I don't wear a headscarf. I don't have a lot of family around me. I don't have the connections in the same way that they did. And because I didn't conform to what they expected of me and who they wanted me to be, it was just a massive challenge for me. And I think when I tried to share their experiences with white counterparts within the party, people would be like, oh, well, that's just politics, but it's actually not. It's 24/7 and it's high octane. And I think an understanding of that would help encourage people. And then where you put in complaints against people for bad behavior or poor behavior, if action is taken, it encourages people that actually poor behavior will be called out, I think. But where we don't see any, where we see inaction, that frustrates people. And if they see somebody who's not had a good experience, then it doesn't really encourage them. So I just think we need to challenge that narrative a lot more and be a lot more bolder. And like Dawn said, we're not tick boxes. You know, we have something to offer. I wanted to be a counsellor because I wanted to serve my community, and I felt like I had everything, all the skills that you need. And I just think we need to make it easier in that way and just understand those challenges.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aruj, and thank you for everything you did to come through and be resilient to what was a very difficult experience. And now you're deputy leader, so that will show a few people. But thank you very much as well for talking so openly about what you've been through. The next question, which is probably for Paul and Dawn, but Aruj, you're welcome to answer too. What responsibility should businesses have in encouraging diversity, or is it the place of government to legislate? So Paul, if we want to go to you first, then Dawn, and Aruj, if you want to come in, you can.
Thanks, Alice. And I speak as someone who spent 20 years in government before joining the Co-op group. Of course, government have a role to play to set parameters, and the more challenging those parameters can be, I think, the better. And what those guardrails are. However, I think that businesses have got a huge assets in communities. They're a hugely important part of communities. You know, if I look at some of those, you know, I'm from Manchester, live in Manchester. And if I look at some of those communities that are most challenged, one of the old, you know, some of the most important assets on the ground are our shops, or our funeral care homes, or some of the causes that we support through the local community fund. So for me, businesses can't just follow what government say. Businesses have got an opportunity to pioneer. They've got an opportunity to trailblaze, to say, actually, this is important. So I was delighted about 6-7 weeks ago when the Co-op group that I work for published a set of commitments on racial equality that go way beyond what government are even thinking of, and they go way beyond what most businesses are thinking of. Things around publishing ethnicity pay gap reports, commitments to get our senior leadership to be actually representative within 5 years of the society in which we operate, using our local community fund, using our apprenticeships program to over-index on the support that we give to BAME group. So I think business have got to do more than just follow what government says, because government in the end is pretty blunt. Aruj commented on that within that COVID context. Government's blunt. I think what we've seen on a whole host of things, be it climate change, be it modern day slavery, all those things, businesses are the ones that push the debate. Businesses are the ones that challenge us to do better. If businesses want to do that, and I'm delighted that the Co-op group on a number of issues do that, but there's areas that we can get better. But on racial inequality, I think we've got a role to play to challenge and say no. We've got to show what is possible and show what is wanted.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I was just going to say that I think I don't know whether it's the role of government, but maybe, you know, if you're going to have a top-down, I'm not a fan of a lot of top-down processes, but maybe that could be a top-down sort of process. I'm I've just found out, sort of putting a term to something that we also do, which is this term of social value, that lots of local authorities try and are now starting to embed social value in their practices, so procurement, and for any of the contracts and things, they're saying to larger companies that they have to provide some element of social value, social good that happens, like tangible stuff that's happening for people and communities. And in that same way, maybe there is a way of broadening that scope to include diversity, so that there is some type of, for us, for example, I know that we are even now sort of thinking about how we do a manifesto. We're just taking on, we've just about to take on a 10,000 square foot space that's going to be a creative open workspace, which obviously, because I'm part of this process, it's going to be very diverse and inclusive. But that's because I'm here. If it weren't me, if it were potentially, you know, somebody without my lived experiences, maybe that wouldn't be at the forefront of what they're trying to do. For me, it's really important. And we're taking on other spaces and we're circumventing where we see those, that diversity isn't available. We're taking on the spaces and saying, and so we've got 2 shops, a warehouse and this big space, and we're providing opportunities for a diverse mix of different creatives in our town. And we want fundamentally to have some type of manifesto on this wall, so when anyone walks into this space that we have, they know that we see them, that they feel included. And that's really important to us. But I think, yeah, I'm wondering if possibly, this idea of extending or broadening that social value could be the way you go about it. And the second thing I would say for social businesses, I've just found out about the mission lock idea, which I'd never heard about before. And we're a for-profit, for-good business. But we don't get any funding because we're not an official social enterprise. But we just found out about a mission lock, which is pretty much just stating who we are and what we believe in and what we're going to, you know, the rules by which we are going to adhere. And maybe for those social businesses, they could have in their mission lock some element of something about diversity and, you know, percentages or what their aims are going to be. So that could be another option.
Arush, do you want to come in?
It's up to you if you've got another question, because this finishes at 25 minutes past, so I can make a quick comment, whatever you prefer.
Well, we've got one final question after this, but if you want to make a very quick comment.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I don't actually think it's necessarily for the government. I think obviously leaders should lead with practice, but if you look at the Black Lives Matter movement, that was people. So the power of people, you know, that was just demonstrated how strong and how powerful we can be. The government would never, ever, not here, not across, and something that happened overseas, translated through so many communities and so many acres and across the globe. And that was because it was people led that. And I think this is something, obviously, that's a principle from the cooperative movement as well, but actually the power of people is stronger, and we need to be a lot more bolder. We don't need legislation to say that equality and diversity and inclusivity should matter. Actually, it should happen anyway. It should be shamed, and actually businesses should feel, you know, ashamed if they aren't adhering to any or implementing any of these practices. That's why the equality strategy, and that's why representation matters, because I'm not saying the equality strategy that I'm leading in Oldham Council now is better than the one before, but I know it's more meaningful. I know we've engaged with communities who actually face the barriers in seeking employment or getting decent jobs or progressing through life. So I think the power of people is more important, and actually it's all our responsibility to make sure that diversity and representation really matters.
Excellent, thank you. So the final questions, and they kind of flow on from each other, and this will be for all of you in the last 5 minutes. So the first one, when the pressure's on, we revert to middle class men making the decisions. Brilliant point by Rouge. So how do we embed diverse voices so this doesn't happen? And the second question related to that is, COVID has reduced the chance for people meeting in person. So bringing community and bridging communities. How can we use social media to make up the shortfall? So Dawn, if you want to go first, then Paul, then Aruj. And then, yeah, in the last 5 minutes, if you're like short and punchy, then
okay. So sorry, the first bit was about middle class.
Yeah, how do we diverse voices?
I think in a way these two are connected. I have what's been really empowering about lockdown, and so as a startup, I use a lot of digital technology, and so I had all of the different video apps then we went into lockdown, and so we were ready to go and quite easy, quite nimble to move around. But I've used this time to make connections, so whenever I'm in a Zoom conversation, like, webinar, I'm contacting people. I've had lots of international conversations. It feels like, it's a very, and I've always felt this anyway, there's it's a sort of great equalizer. So it's why young people, it's why, these BAME, even though I hate that term, communities, why women should be, why we're focused on those communities to upskill digitally, because I feel like there's more opportunity to get more voices out there by having these training opportunities that we're going to be running, and digitally upskilling a lot of people. In terms of the actual, the people, it's the people who speak loudest quite often, and at times it can be quite mesmerizing for others. And I'm fascinated when I've watched it before. It's like people are under a spell when somebody seems like they have power and money, and suddenly it's like we'll gravitate towards that person. Even when I'm sitting there thinking that the person's talking nonsense, but they're saying it in a way that's very convincing. And I don't know how you get past that unless you have this ground up approach, as Rija mentioned with Black Lives Matter, as we, and I have a non-profit called Black Butterfly. So we have been working with all of these different networks for this ground up, very united approach, and which is brilliant. But I think that's the way we have to do it. It has to be a ground up type of thing.
Thanks. I agree with a lot of what Dawn just said there. I guess the point I would just to build on that rather than repeating it, I think what I have seen over lockdown is that because where you are matters less physically now, because it's accelerated that use of digital. What I have seen is much more diverse and much more diverse decision making being made, because actually you can include more people because digital allows you to. I ran a round table yesterday about shock worker violence for Usdaw, and what was interesting is that we got a much broader range of people there because it was digital and we weren't expecting people to travel to Manchester or London. So I think there's something about it's broadness, but I just think there's something about the lessons and the opportunities that COVID has presented in terms of that digital piece is really quite empowering for those who are not normally in the room. The people that are normally in the room will still be there, but digital allows you to bring other people in a much easier way, and I think that's the bit that we don't want to lose.
Great point. Arish?
I think as far in a political context, I would say we just have to commit ourselves to making sure that we improve our selection processes so that there is women and diversity in the room. I think in the broader general context within across society and organisations and businesses and everything, I think we just need to absolutely encourage and instill confidence and positively discriminate to get gender equality and diversity within organisations. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And that would be my view on that.
Excellent. So thank you all so much for being an amazing, inspiring panel. There is a Co-op Party Equalities Network that anyone who's interested in these issues is very welcome to join. The network is for all protected characteristics and strands from equalities, from BAME, LGBT, disability, youth, women, and so on. And if you want to sign up, you can do it on the membership hub. So yeah, definitely get involved and check that out. And thank you all so much for your time and enjoy the next session.
I'm Nick Forbes, proud to be a Labour and Co-operative councillor, also very proud to be leader of Newcastle City Council and leader of the Local Government Association LGA Labour Group. Next year's local elections are going to be a crucial set of elections for Labour. Not only have we got the county elections, but we've also got the deferred 2020 elections that many of us would normally have had this year. This means that out of 4,000 seats up for grabs next year, we're defending nearly 2,000 of them. And with the prospect of making more gains, as the Conservatives become ever unpopular, as Labour becomes ever more credible, it's even more important that we consider next year's local elections to be a real test of electoral strength for the Labour Party. They're going to be looked at by everybody as an indicator of our party's fortunes. But next year's local elections aren't just an opportunity to get Labour councillors elected. They're an opportunity to get Labour and cooperative councillors elected. I'm immensely proud, as I said, to be a Labour and co-op councillor. What it brings to me is a much greater sense of how we can cooperate and collaborate together on the big issues of our time. And nowhere has that been more apparent than through the current pandemic. What we've seen around the country is Labour and co-op councillors really going out of their way to make a difference for their communities. Whether that's setting up mutual aid groups, supporting people who are most vulnerable, whether that's supporting our food banks, or whether that's bringing together at a borough level the various agencies that traditionally work in silos but have needed a different approach this time around in a sense of partnership. Labour and co-op councillors have made a huge difference throughout this pandemic for the benefit of our communities. And we've shown that the kind of leadership skills that our country and our communities require at the moment are not the sort of strongman leadership skills that we see from people like President Trump and Putin, or even, dare I say, Boris Johnson. We know that the leadership skills that are effective at the moment are those where we encourage people to do their best. We facilitate people to come together. We encourage collaboration. And those leadership values, I think, are the proud face of the best of Britain that we saw throughout the national lockdowns. So next year's local elections, we need to make sure we have a good range of co-op candidates coming forward for election, and we need to make sure that we get more Labour and co-op councillors elected. It's really important that we use our position in local government to try to set a different tone for how our country operates. We know that the exposure of the fragilities of the employment system through the COVID crisis has left many people vulnerable and out on a limb. And yet it's been Labour and co-op councillors and councils that have come forward, stepped up, helped people and supported our most vulnerable. That really matters. And that's going to matter for a long time in the future. So let's be proud of what we've achieved so far. And let's set ourselves an ambitious target of making sure we get more Labour and co-op councillors elected right the way around the country, so that we can demonstrate that we're not just elected representatives, we're part of a wider movement of change, embedding a different set of values from those which have been prominent over the last 20 years in this country, ones which are based on fairness, cooperation, collaboration. And I very much hope that we can see more Labour and co-op councillors elected who can really embed these values in our local communities in the same way as that all of you have done so far. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for making a difference. And let's look forward to an even brighter Labour and co-op future.
Afternoon conference. It's an honour to chair the final session of today's conference, and I know we're ending on a high. For those who don't know me, my name is Jane McMahon. I'm the East Midlands representative on the National Executive Committee of the Co-operative Party. And for our final session, we're going to be talking about our Not Part of the Job campaign. This pandemic has really put into perspective the definition of a key worker, as well as the nurses, doctors and care workers that we've relied on so much during this pandemic. Our shop workers have gone above and beyond on a daily basis to make sure we're safe and well. However, not everybody shares the appreciation that we have for the work of shop workers. My brother works in a supermarket, and I hear from him the daily abuse that he has to suffer just to do his job. It's not acceptable before the pandemic, and it's not acceptable now. But I'm really proud that the Co-operative Party and cooperators up and down the country are doing something about it. And that's why we put together today an expert panel to talk us through the difference that we're making and how much further we need to go. I'll introduce the panel, and then one by one, they're going to say a few words about the work that they've been doing and their organisations. So firstly, I have Michael Wheeler from Usdaw. He's the political officer of Usdaw. It's fantastic when Usdaw affiliated to the Co-operative Party, and it's great that the work that we've been doing has been so impactful, and the campaign they've been leading is making such a big difference. Secondly, I'll then hand over to Councillor Emily Spurley, who is the Police and Crime Commissioner candidate for us in Merseyside. And I'm great to see that she is a Labour and Cooperative Police and Crime Commissioner candidate, like so many up and down the country who come May will be flying the flag in office as for Labour and Cooperative values. And then finally, I'll come on to Daniel Johnson, MSP, who is a member of the Scottish Parliament for Edinburgh Southern. And his work and the work of Scottish Labour colleagues has really moved the debate forward in Scotland and is a fantastic testimony to the work we can do in parliaments across the country. So without further ado, I'll hand over firstly to Michael, who will introduce Usdaw's work.
Hi there, and yeah, thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to be part of the Co-op Party's local government conference. And thank you on behalf of our members for having a session on this incredibly important issue. I am Michael Wheeler. I am Usdaw's political officer. Usdaw is the union of shop, distributive and allied workers, and we represent retail workers, distribution workers and those in allied trades such as food manufacturing. From the high street and supermarkets through the entire retail supply chain, that's where you will find our members. The current pandemic has brought many challenges, to say the least, but it has also brought a newfound appreciation for who are the real key workers in our society, an appreciation and recognition that retail workers have long been lacking but are incredibly deserving of. Despite this, long-standing problems have not gone away. One of these is the violence and abuse that too many face on a daily basis and that too many have come to accept as just part of the job. Usdaw launched the Freedom from Fear campaign 18 years ago to tackle this violence and abuse. As part of the campaign, we hold an annual Respect for Shop Workers Week, which we are just finishing now, to promote the message of respect for hard-working frontline retail workers in the run-up to the normally incredibly busy and stressful Christmas shopping period. Over the course of those 18 years, the campaign has looked at various issues like police funding and response, underreporting of incidents, underage sales, shoplifting, and a wide variety of other things that contribute to the greater problem. But always this has been against a backdrop of steadily increasing rates of abuse, threats, and actual violence towards our members and their colleagues. Every year, we have conducted a survey of violence and abuse, which has given us a deep understanding of the nature of the problem. We know that the key trigger points for violence and abuse are things like refusing a sale of an age-restricted product, and we know that the seriousness of some incidents is truly shocking. Members have reported being threatened with rape, having people wait outside the store for them to finish their shift, being followed home, and being pelted with metal tins at the checkout, all for sometimes incredibly minor incidents inside the store. And all too often, none of this is recorded by employers or reported to the police because our members and their colleagues think that there's just no point, that no action will be taken. All of this is what we are campaigning against. As with so many things in our lives, the experience of our members has changed during the pandemic. In our latest survey figures, which were released on Monday at the start of Respect for Shop Workers Week, 85% of shop workers reported that they have experienced verbal abuse in the last 12 months. 57% have been threatened by a customer, and 9%, almost 1 in 10, have actually been assaulted. And in a previous survey of our members, which specifically looked at the first 6 months of the pandemic, 75% of respondents reported an increase in verbal abuse, and overall incidents of abuse had doubled during that period of time. We cannot allow ourselves to forget that behind these shocking statistics are thousands of ordinary working people continuing to go to their jobs, to keep food on the shelves and to serve their communities. They deserve better than verbal abuse, threats and violence whilst they are at work. Our members are telling us that this increase in abuse and violence is too often directly linked to the pandemic. Our surveys have identified new trigger points for incidents around enforcement of social distancing measures, the wearing of masks, and other measures like restrictions on items. These are simply measures that are put in place designed to keep all of us safe and them safe whilst they're at work, and too often they are leading to an increase in violence, abuse, and threats. All of this, combined with an increase in stress and anxiety on the part of both our members and customers, leads to an incredibly difficult working environment. However, we and our members have not been alone in our campaign against this. Slowly and surely, we have won the argument that abuse and violence is a serious issue, a real issue that requires action. And we have built a coalition of support for this campaign. From the Co-op Party, the Co-op Group, the Association of Convenience Stores, the British Retail Consortium, members of the House of Commons and the House of Lords, they all now stand with our members saying that enough is enough and that the government needs to act. And even the government finally, after many years, has accepted that there is a problem, but we just don't see eye to eye yet on the best way to tackle it. So what are we actually calling for? We want to see new legislation creating a specific offence of assaulting a public-facing worker. There are 3 main reasons for this. The first is that the current laws simply aren't working. Incidents are more likely to be prosecuted, where they are prosecuted at all, as something simpler, like a shoplifting offence, which completely ignores the victim at the centre of the crime. Secondly, a specific offence is easier to understand for all involved and would therefore serve an important deterrent effect. Thirdly, lawmakers place specific duties on retail workers around things like age-restricted sales. When politicians decide that a particular product should not be sold to people under a certain age, whether it is alcohol, knives, or acids, it is retail workers who are expected to enforce that law and keep our communities safe. And they also face severe penalties on themselves if they fail in that duty. It is only right, when we know that this is a trigger point for much of the abuse and violence that we see, that those same politicians then provide additional legal protections to those retail workers enforcing the law. But we've been making progress on this, with Alex Norris, a brilliant Co-op MP in Westminster, and Daniel Johnson, who is on this panel today. We've been making important strides forward. I'm sure that Daniel will be talking about his bill in the Scottish Parliament, so I won't say anything more about it now other than to thank him for everything he is doing on behalf of our members in Scotland. And finally, what can you do to help? You can write to your MP, your MS, your MSP, asking them to support the campaign, highlighting the plight of our members on the front line in retail at this very difficult time, or where possible, asking them to directly support Alex Norris's or Daniel Johnson's bills. You can also sign Usdor's parliamentary petition. We have just gone over 80,000 signatures on the petition, and hopefully if we can get to 100,000, we'll be able to secure a debate on this issue in Parliament. A link is pinned at the top of the Usdaw Union Twitter feed, which will take you straight through to the petition. And don't just sign it yourselves, ask everyone you know to do it. We desperately need to secure that 100,000 and get the debate in Parliament. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this incredibly important issue, and thank you for your support so far and the support to come for our campaign.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I hope that's the first thing everyone does when we close conference today, is to go onto your website and make those links and sign up to throw their weight behind your campaign. Emily, please hand over to you and sort of bring your perspective as a Police and Crime Commissioner candidate.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak on this. So for those of you who don't know, I'm a councillor in Liverpool. Have been for the last 8 years, and I'm hoping to be Labour and Co-op PCC in the elections next May. I also previously served as the Deputy Police Commissioner in Merseyside, which is kind of where I got involved in this part of the campaign around protecting retail workers. Just very briefly, I'll just kind of remind people what a PCC is, because I think a lot of people still aren't quite 100% sure who they are and what they do. So they came about in 2012. They replaced what was previously the police authority, which was primarily councillors. And basically, they're directly elected, and their role is kind of threefold. They will develop a police and crime plan, which is their kind of priorities. So what do they think the priorities are for the people of, so in my case, Merseyside? What should the police be focusing on? The second one will be around the budget. So any funding that comes from government or comes through the council tax bill all go to the PCC's office. And then the final one, which is probably the important one in the context of this conversation, is around oversight and scrutiny. So it's about holding the police to account, particularly the Chief Constable. How are they doing their job to make sure they are serving the people that they represent? So I think that's just worth reminding people of, and why I think, you know, PCCs are very much integral to this kind of part of the conversation. We've heard there from Michael, I think, quite eloquently about the kind of challenges that retail workers are facing right now. And, you know, it's really sad to hear some of those figures around just how much of an increase it's been. We know people are frustrated. We know people are fed up of being asked to wear masks, but the scale of the abuse is just unacceptable that retail workers are facing right now. But as we also heard, this isn't necessarily something new. Retail workers have very much been on the front line for a long time. So we've heard about the halting the underage drinking, restricting the sales of fireworks, the sales of offensive weapons. They're also really crucial in identifying vulnerable people. We've had a couple of fraud scams where people are going in to buy iTunes cards to pay fraudsters off. And actually it's retail workers who are spotting these signs and then referring it to the police and identifying these vulnerable people and stopping them from getting into more trouble. So I think it's really important that when we talk about the importance of protecting retail workers, we're not doing it because we just want to add some more protection. They are really, really crucial in helping to prevent crime and antisocial behaviour and with the work they do. So it seems to me obvious that they should absolutely be afforded the same protections. So yeah, it is important that they get a much better response from the police. I think police absolutely need to back them up, you know, when they need it. But not just the police. I think we need to look at the wider criminal justice system. There are still concerns, and this, you know, comes back to the point that Michael was making about the new bill that they're trying to get into Parliament, is that there are lots of parts of the criminal justice system that still don't take it seriously enough, particularly if it's verbal abuse. They just say, oh, well, it's not very important enough. You know, we've seen lots of examples where the Crown Prosecution Service are refusing to prosecute because the threshold is just too low. Or it's not important enough. And really, I think that's because of the cuts, because the system is so overwhelmed, they just don't see it as high enough priority to tackle. But what we need to do, and what the relevance of this, the work that Usdaw and Co-op are doing, is to try and make sure that people do actually take this seriously and respond to it. So in terms of the role of the PCC then, what can we do, or what can candidates and PCCs do to actually help tackle this? I mean, the first one is pretty fundamental. Obviously, if we're elected or when we're elected, we should be talking to the Chief Constables and the rest of the wider police forces and making sure that this is taken seriously. The police won't always be able to get there 100% of the time. We know there are pressures on resources, but just to make sure that they see it as important and they recognise the role that they need to play in backing up the retail workers who are on the front line doing a really important job, particularly right now during the pandemic. I also think as well, PCCs as public figures need to really help emphasise the role that the public can play. So around some of those comms messaging, around some of the campaigns, telling people that actually we know you're frustrated, we know everyone's fed up, it's a really difficult time, but that does not mean that you can go in and, you know, throw abuse at retail workers who are just doing their job. And I think PCCs really need to back up that message and support people when they're saying that and making that clear to people. There's also a lot of evidence that there can be a strong link between abuse to shop workers, but also around the hate crime element. We know that there are lots of incidents where this abuse is very much targeted in a hate crime fashion. And so making sure that we don't lose sight of that, and where it does reach that threshold, taking that really seriously and just really making it clear that it's not something that we will accept. And so when we're talking about hate crime in a broader sense and a broader stream of work, where do retail workers fit into that? How is that being kind of almost doubly experienced in that sense? We need to be making sure that the police, but also the PCC and various other people are working together. Even if the police had all the funding in the world and all the police officers, we know that they would not solve the problem. We know there is a bigger partnership kind of battle here that we need to see take place. So I think it's really important that PCCs look at how they can use their role to connect people together and bring people together. Firstly, PCC should absolutely be meeting with trade union reps on a regular basis, listening to their experiences, understanding what the challenges they're facing, and then using some of that to really engage with the employer, making sure that if employees are facing these incidents, giving them the time to actually report them and make them sure that they are being taken seriously, both within the organisation and by the police, making sure that pressure is put on employers to take it seriously and keep them safe. There's lots of practical things that we know some stores and some organisations are already doing around screens for workers. Particularly, I've heard examples of people being spat at. You know, things like screens can just really help to try and re-emphasise the importance of keeping their employees safe. Things like CCTV. CCTV is really important because if the police can't get there straight away, but if there's CCTV there, it can be used by the police to then later go down a prosecution route. So, you know, having the businesses work with police to put these kind of things in place is really, really important. And PCCs can really push for that. The other areas, well, obviously, in pushing employers is around things like external security. As I say, you know, the police won't always be able to get there because they just haven't got the numbers. So I think the PCCs need to engage employers and saying, well, what are you doing to keep them safe in that immediate moment? How are you helping to maximise or keep people safe and reduce their vulnerability? Particularly when we look at kind of hotspot events, so like Black Friday, which I appreciate this year will be very different from previous years, but we know what a chaotic time that is and the abuse that they face. So what are they doing to plan ahead and think about how they're going to look after their staff? I think as well, it's also worth pointing out, seeing as this is our Co-op local event, what is the role for local authorities and local councillors? I previously served as a community safety lead for Liverpool City Council, and I worked quite closely with the Business Improvement District. So in Liverpool City Centre, they have something called the Business Improvement District, a BID, and this will be something that'll be familiar to people across the country. And actually, we worked very closely with them to try and pull funding together to look at how we can work smarter. So we funded 2 PCSOs who were specifically reserved for businesses who could provide that faster response when they needed that police support. They also launched a radio network so that if there were particular individuals causing difficulties kind of around the area, businesses could be given a heads up, they could keep an eye out, or if they needed to link into the CCTV control system, which we have across the whole of Liverpool, there was an ability to be able to connect all the dots together and just work much smarter and much cleverer about how we were capturing that intelligence. So there's a lot of stuff that can really be done. You know, it isn't something that can be solved solely by the police, but I think PCCs have got a really key role in keeping that pressure up and just making sure that everybody's playing their part in keeping employees safe. I think my final work is that I would echo what Michael said in terms of please sign the petition, you know, please remind people and get Parliament to take this seriously and take it up as a key issue. But also talk to your PCC candidates. I think we are on for a record number of Labour and Co-op PCCs next year. Fingers crossed if enough get elected. So there's a really good opportunity to get them to take it seriously. Co-op have got loads of really good resources around why this issue is important and why PCCs should take it up. So, you know, in other areas, please go and talk to your PCC candidates and make sure that they've got a response to say what are they going to be doing and how are they going to make sure it's prioritised. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Emily. As you say, we're going to have a record group of Labour and Cooperative Police and Crime Commissioners after May's election, and I'm really looking forward to working with the group of you to sort of progress these areas. So Without further ado, I'll hand over to our final speaker, which is, as I said, Daniel Johnson, MSP. Daniel, over to you, and look forward to hearing about what's been going on in the Scottish Parliament.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Jamie, for that introduction. Thank you also for inviting me here this afternoon. It gives me another opportunity to just say thank you so much to the Cooperative Party for all the support. I mean, as Michael set out, this is something of a coalition of the willing that we have created, and the Cooperative Party have been right at the heart of that, in all the efforts that myself and USDAW and others have been making. So thank you so much for that. And in a sense, it's a little bit difficult following on from Michael and Emily, because they've done such a thorough job of setting out the case, which enables me to go off on something of a tangent. So if you'll bear with me for a moment too. One of the things I started thinking about or realizing this afternoon followed on rather bizarrely from looking at online for a new monitor. And you see, the thing is I spend so much of my time these days staring at a screen, looking down a webcam, sitting in committee meetings, and so having my kind of Zoom conference or whatever the platform is up, plus my notes and other documents in another place. So I need a bigger monitor, and it's it's quite, because it causes a bit of a problem, in that if I don't have enough space on the screen, everything can get in a bit of a jumble. But it struck me that's strange. It's weird. My way of working is so strange, not just from the way it used to be, but from the essence of the way in which so many other people need to work. And indeed, I think there is a very real and obvious divide that this crisis has shown up. A divide between those who can work virtually behind a screen and those who cannot, those who have to work face-to-face with other people. And I think it's also brought home to us what is really important. And I think there's the obvious occupations, nurses and doctors, whether you're pre or post-COVID, is obvious they're important. But I think what this crisis has done, what the current pandemic has really underlined, is what jobs are really important. Carers, but also retail workers. These are the people who have to work face-to-face, the people who we depend upon, and quite frankly, probably people whose work we have not valued enough in the past. And if there is one change I think we should seek out of the crisis, is to change that. And I think one of the things I've been reflecting on in recent days is actually looking at the real regional differences there are in infection rates across the country. So in Scotland, we've avoided having a complete national lockdown, but we have essentially introduced lockdown in the west of the country. Likewise, if you look across England, the different parts of the country have very different levels of infection. And I would wonder whether that is driven by the different types of work in different parts of the country that different people are doing. So I think this is a question that I think we need to apply ourselves to in a much more fundamental way. And I would hope that coming out of this crisis, not only do we look at patterns of work in different parts of the country, but we also, I think, reassess what is truly important and then think about how we value that, both in esteem, but also in monetary terms and otherwise. And retail is definitely a sector that has suffered from a kind of a lack of concern, a lack of esteem, and frankly, complacency on behalf of policymakers. And I think this crisis has made us realize, first of all, that we are dependent on retail workers, for sustenance, in order to keep ourselves fed and to keep ourselves sustained in the most fundamental sense. But more importantly than that, and touched upon by both Michael and Emily, we have depended on retail workers to perform vital public protection duties, to maintain the measures that have been keeping us safe, making sure that we don't pass infection from one another inadvertently, whether that's through using gel on our hands, to just maintaining safe distance in stores. And that's over and above the vital role that retail workers have played upholding the law and have done so for many years. But as a result of this, retail workers have suffered. USDAW during the first lockdown estimated that acts of violence and abuse against retail workers doubled through that period. And so I think we owe it to people working behind shop counters, working in retail, to address the issues that they've been facing. Because actually, up till now, I think there has been a casual approach to what we expect retail workers to do. We policymakers have assumed that they can do public policy on the cheap, that they can have a public policy enacted over the shop counter through age restrictions and other measures, and essentially that comes for free, that it's simple press of the button, and that's not true. And what we know is that when shop workers are required to uphold the law, when they're required to deny people sale, deny people service, that creates situations of violence and abuse. And what marks this as different is in other categories of work, where we ask people to uphold the law in similar ways, they have specific protection of the law. And it's not just police officers, but tax inspectors, border staff, other people who we ask to uphold the law have specific protection of the law. Indeed, it was very amusing to me when my bill was before committee. They had the police giving evidence, who were essentially saying there's no need for this law, it's unnecessary, the essentially common law assault, breach of the peace, those laws can cover these situations. And so I pointed out Section 90 of the Police and Fire Reform Act from 2013, recent bit, and I said, I assume, officer, that you think that's an unnecessary piece of law. You didn't know what I was talking about. And I set out that's the section of law in Scotland that provides specific protection from assault for police officers. That's the section of the law that makes it illegal to assault a police officer. And all of a sudden, he said, well, that's very necessary, because it expresses the seriousness of assaulting a police officer. And at that point, I essentially said, well, I think you've sort of made my point for me. So that brings me to my bill. So I've been working on my bill for 2.5, 3 years. Now, in the Scottish Parliament, we are very lucky in that we have a slightly more straightforward process to private members' bills than is the case in the House of Commons. So essentially, it works in a bus queue system. So any member can bring forward a proposal, but you do have to carry out a public consultation, and then that bill, once you've gone through the consultation, goes through the parliamentary process. And we have a 3-stage process. Stage 1 essentially being initial committee scrutiny. Stage 2 is a committee amending stage, and stage 3 is full parliamentary amendments and approval. My bill has passed stages 1 and 2, passed the stage 1, which was a parliamentary vote, unanimously. So we are in a really good position, but it has also been a very long haul. Initially, the Scottish Government were very reluctant, trotting out the same old lines that we've heard time and time again, that the existing law that covers it, that this is unnecessary. They did not want to introduce new laws and potentially new complexities. But I think both through persistent campaigning, but also I think because of the reality of this crisis, we have convinced not just the Scottish Government, but all the other parts in the Scottish Parliament that this legislation is necessary. So we are slightly up against time in that the Scottish Parliament will dissolve in March this year, and therefore we need to get it passed. But all the indications are that we will be able to do that. So hopefully we can demonstrate both not just the need for this law, but hopefully, and in light of recent comments, that devolution hasn't been a disaster, far from it. I think this can be an example of devolution actually showing the way. Because I think once we get this bill enacted, passed as an act of the Scottish Parliament, it will increase the pressure on the UK government. And I hope it will act as a spurring on for the UK government to do likewise. But more broadly, I do wonder whether or not it poses wider questions. I do think we need to have a recalibration, a reassessment of what valuable work is. I also think that we need to think very carefully in the future about that casual assumption that we can enact public policy over the shop counter. I think we have to make sure that there's reciprocity, that there are powers of enforcement and indeed duties of the public to comply when these measures are put in. But more broadly, and I say more widely, there is something quite compelling about this issue. When you talk about this issue, everyone knows someone that works in retail, and they also know that they face these issues. These are a common day occurrence. And I think politically, we need to think about other things that we can do that have direct relevance to day-to-day working lives, that can make a real practical difference. I think our politics can all too often, I think, be abstract and overly technical and theoretical. I think we need to think about how we can address everyday problems with practical and direct solutions like this. So hopefully this bill will pave the way, not just for wider UK legislation, but also other such measures that can make a real difference for day-to-day working lives.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and thank you for your hard work and dogged determination over a number of years in this area. And as you say, I hope the UK will be quickly following your lead and making this a nationwide thing. But with that, my final duty is to draw today's local government conference to a close. It's been a fantastic day. We've had over 1,000 people engaging in the conference today, whether that's on Facebook, online, and watching in. So it's been a real day where cooperators have come together to show the impact and the difference that we can make on a daily basis to people's communities and to people's lives. Thank you for joining. I hope you've been motivated by the things that you've heard today and the new ideas that we've been discussing. I also want to make a quick thank you to party staff, to whom we couldn't have an event such as this being arranged, and to all of our speakers who've been fantastic all day. So please continue to get involved. Please get motivated by today's event and work to make a difference. Have a good evening, stay safe, and thank you very much for your time.